In this world filled with mystery and danger, when an injured werewolf accidentally intrudes into Arianna's life, how will she face this sudden supernatural existence? As the story unfolds, will she be drawn into an adventure she never imagined? Want more werewolf stories? Subscribe to us and become a part of this mysterious world. Chapter 1: The Full Moon. Giant, raven black paws hit the leaf-covered ground, as he pushed his body faster and faster through the trees, ignoring the pain. It was midnight, the full moon casting an eerie glow, as the hunter's cries echoed through his mind. He growled softly, whimpering in pain, as his lower body slams into a tree as the gunshot rings out in the dead silent night. Pushing himself faster, harder through the unknown terrain, he ignores the blackness edging at his vision. He heard their shouts, knew they were getting closer and closer as he slowed from the blood loss, even as he edged closer to the end of the tree line. Using his last bit of energy, the air around him shimmered, as his body shifted, bones cracking into their different forms. Stumbling, he braced his arm on the tree, shaking his head to ease the dizziness, pushing himself into the brush as the hunters ran past, oblivious to his presence. Moving slowly, silently, he approached the tree line, watching, listening for any signs of danger. When he was sure the hunters were gone, he stumbled out of the forest, bracing himself on his forearms when he fell, moving towards the lights he could see, not knowing how far away they really were. In his weakened state, he barely made it to the bottom steps of the porch of the house in front of him, a house he'd never known existed until now. He fell to his knees at the edge of the first step, pulling himself up with his arms, crawling to the top, the blackness edging farther and farther into his vision. Crawling on his hands and knees to the door, he could feel the extent of the damage the hunters had caused, could feel the effects of the drugs wearing off, ever so slowly. He knocked once, lightly, on the door, his arms not being able to bear his weight anymore. He laid his head down on the wood porch, closing his eyes to the irresistible call of the dark. Arianna. You'll never believe what I just heard. Nessa yells in my ear, sloshing her drink onto the floor of the kitchen, as she shook from excitement. At least I hope it's excitement she's shaking from, maybe she's just had one too many drinks. Guess? Go ahead, I dare you. I sigh, pushing her back away from me, rolling my eyes at her giddiness. Trevor wants to take me to the fall dance. She gasped, nodding her head wildly, her blonde curls bouncing up and down with her head. How'd you know? I had to practically sit in his lap to get him to tell me. She whines, pouting her lower lip at me, a look that has every guy in the room watching her with hungry eyes. Tanya told me, you know she doesn't know how to keep a secret. I lie, not wanting to tell that he'd already asked, that I'd already said no. If she knew I said no to Trevor, she'd never leave me alone until I told her why, and I can't tell her why because I don't know. Oh, yeah, you're right. I wish we had the typical high school Barbie that was a bitch to anyone, instead of Tanya. She whines again, gripping my arm tightly when I go to move away. Maybe I should rethink my no-drinking promise to my dad. It would sure take some of the squeal out of Nessa's voice if I were drunk. Hey girlies, how are we this fine evening? Eva asks, wrapping her arms around Nessa and I, rolling her eyes at me when Nessa starts giggling uncontrollably. Honey bunch, how much have you had to drink? Nessa frowns. Dunno, some dude handed me a cup as soon as I walked in the door, and it was uphill from there. She giggles, again, falling backwards into the counter, before sliding down to the floor, passing out. I groan out loud, knowing who was handing out drinks at the door, and knowing I wouldn't get out of tonight without his nagging, unless. Hey, Eva, could you do me a huge favor? Her eyes narrow and she stomps her foot. Get rid of Duncan before he makes his way back here. You know this is your party, right? You could mingle a little, get a little action tonight. She waggles her eyebrows at me. I snort. Right, you know I'm gonna have to call a cab for everyone here. How the hell am I gonna manage to get any before Dad gets home? Good point. Oh well, I guess that just means I'll have to get some for you. I wonder if Dean digs redheads. She saunters off, flirting with several guys as she passes them. I sigh, rubbing my forehead as I look out the window above the kitchen sink, staring at the full moon. What's with people and the full moon? I don't see how it's different from any other night, but people always act crazier when there's a full moon. Not that that says anything about the people around here, they don't need the full moon to be considered insane. But it's so pretty, so magical looking, and it makes me wanna act as crazy as the people in my living room are, but I don't. Dad only agreed to let me have a party because it's my birthday. He'd kill me if I got drunk or acted like one of the town sluts. I'd be locked in my room till I left for college, with no visitation hours. Ari. You okay, Squirt? You're looking very deep in thought, it's kinda scary. I stick my tongue out at him, causing him to chuckle as he pulls me in for a hug. Happy birthday, Squirt. Thanks, Sean, but you didn't have to fly all the way down here just for my birthday. I bet Tessa's worried sick. I breathe in his scent, snuggling closer to his natural warmth, not wanting to let him go. Tessa's fine, she wanted to come too, but the doc's got her on bed rest. He grins at me, pulling away and handing me a small, black box with a bright blue bow on the top. Presents, this is our tradition, one of us goes to see the other on their birthday, and we bring one gift. My brother's a cheap ass. What is it? Condoms. You know Dad grounded me when he found those in my bathroom. I couldn't leave the house for a week. He chuckles and nudges me to open the box. I pull the bow off the lid and stare at what's inside, pushing away the tears. You like it? I know how you wear Mom's charm bracelet all the time, and you don't have many charms for it, so I figured I'd get you one that'd remind you of Mom. I grin up at him, holding out my wrist and the small silver charm. A ballerina. Mom was a ballerina before the crash. Sean knew I'd always wanted to be a dancer too, but I'd never had the coordination for it. I love it, thank you. It's real silver, isn't it, Sean? This must have cost a fortune. I don't know how much charms are worth, or if they are made of real silver, or whatever, so this is probably wrong. Nah, I figured I'd get you something you'd really love, so you wouldn't call me a cheap ass again. He looks at his watch, grimaces and gives me a hug, again. Damn it, I gotta go. I got work in the morning, and with Tessa on bed rest I gotta get Bradley from school. Happy birthday, Squirt, love you. He hollers, working his way back through the crowd and out the door before I can yell back at him. This is our tradition, as sucky as it is, it's all either of us have time for. One night a year, for a couple of hours if we are lucky, a little bit we visit each other. I hate it, but it's all Dad will allow. Hey Anna. We are gonna go, thanks for the booze. A couple yells from the door, leading the others out, with similar calls. No one says happy birthday, no one knows it's my birthday, no one cares that it's my birthday, and this is the way I want it. I don't bother calling a cab for people like I told Eva I was gonna do. It's not gonna be my fault if the drunks crash, they should know better by now. Instead, I stare out the kitchen window at the moon, my hands itching to draw it. I'm not a good artist, but that doesn't stop me from drawing, even when everyone tells me I should. Ari. You all right, girlie? I nod, watching Eva and her date carry Nessa out of the house, not saying goodbye when they leave. Eva knows today was my birthday, and she knows how much I hate it, so she says nothing about it. Once everyone is gone, I start cleaning in the living room, with the music blaring as loud as it will go, not caring if I bother anyone. Which there's never anyone out here to bother, so why should I care? Beer cans, cups, papers, anything you would think to find at a high school party is strung all over the living room floor. Normally I'd leave it till tomorrow morning, but Dad said he'll be back at noon, and if he doesn't get his lunch I won't get my present, and I want my present. As I'm throwing the beer cans into a trash bag, Charlie, my German shepherd, comes barreling down the stairs, barking, running straight the kitchen door. I frown, dropping the bag as I walk to the kitchen to see her clawing at the door, whining, trying to get out. "What's wrong, Charlie? You gotta go outside, girl." I unlock the door, opening it slightly, but she doesn't move, only growls loudly, her upper lip curling back over her teeth. "Charlie! What's out there, girl?" I push the door open wider, ignoring the nagging in the back of my mind and stare at the sight before me. Charlie backs up, pushing me with her, growling, snarling at the man-boy whoever that's laying on the porch but naked. There are scratches all down his back and legs, a large puddle of blood pooling from his side, and it doesn't look like he's breathing. What the hell? "Charlie, move, I gotta make sure he's still breathing." She doesn't move, whining at me when I walk around her and kneel down beside the guy, checking his pulse. It's there, but hardly. What the hell do I do? Chapter 2 Xavier. What color would his eyes be if they were open? Dear Lord, the poor guy has been passed out for 3 hours, and I'm sitting here wondering what color his eyes are. What's wrong with me? Well, I guess at least this way my eyes aren't wandering south anymore. Ugh, I'm such a pervert. Maybe I should have taken Eva's advice and gotten some when I had the chance. Oh well, too late to worry about that now. What I should be worrying about is what I'm going to tell my father when he comes home and finds a naked man in my bed. And let me tell you, it was not easy getting his ass up here, either. First off, it's like this guy is rock solid and weighs just as much. And second, Charlie kept growing at him, trying to bite him whenever she could get close enough without me in the way. For some reason my dog does not like anything with a dick, and where she got that from I have no idea. Besides, it's not like he's actually done anything that could have her reacting this way. I've never seen this guy before in my life, and I think I would have remembered him if I had. What am I gonna do when Dad gets home, girl? Charlie lifts her head off of the armrest of the chair she's laying in and whines at me, eyes darting, nervously, back to the limp body in my bed. Charlie, he's unconscious, he's harmless. I hope. I'd managed to clean most of the cuts on his arms and legs, but the slashes on his back and the bullet hole in his chest look like they need real medical attention. I should just call the hospital and let the EMTs deal with this, but something's telling me not to involve them, and it's freaking me out. What if this guy dies because I didn't call someone who actually knew what they were doing? I'd never be able to live with the guilt, and my dad would just add that up to something else I've failed at. Charlie, what am I going to do? How sad is it that I'm talking to my dog? But she's the only one I can talk to. I don't want to involve one of the girls. What if this guy's is in serious trouble? I can't call one of them and have them come over only to find out this guy is a murderer or something. But, damn, I don't know what to do. He groans in pain, body stretching, wincing at the pain of the movement, and the room falls back into silence. The only sound is his ragged breathing. Charlie growls lowly and hops off the chair, pacing closer to the bed, baring her teeth at his unconscious form. He groans again and she tenses, crouching like she's ready to pounce on him as soon as he moves again. Charlie, what's wrong with you? Come on, out you go. I grab her collar and pull her towards my bedroom door, shutting the door, quickly, in her face before she can get back into the room. She barks, growls and scratches at the door, stopping when the guy groans again. Biting my bottom lip, I walk back over to the bed, pressing my palm against his forehead to see if his fever was gone. It's not, and the ice in the bucket of water I brought up after I managed to get him into the bed has melted. Wringing out the washcloth, I lay it on his forehead, scowling down at him. I wish you'd wake up and tell me what the hell happened to you. I cleaned you up all I could, but those gashes on your back are gonna need stitches. And I do not do stitches. No way, no how, not for anyone. A little growl slips past his lips when I drag the rag down his chest, and I freeze when his hand grabs mine, stopping it from moving any lower on his stomach. When I try to pull my hand back, his grip tightens, making me swallow and peek up at his face through my hair to see bright blue eyes staring back at me. He frowns up at me, confusion settling in his eyes when he looks around the room, never once letting go of my hand. I clear my throat. How are you feeling? God, this is awkward. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, how I'm supposed to act. Hell, I think I was better off when he was unconscious. At least then I didn't have worry about him watching me, because it's starting to make me nervous, and I never get nervous. He just blinks back at me, tugging on my hand, moving it slowly back up his torso to his cheek. Butterflies erupt in my stomach, as the heat fills my cheeks and sparks of electricity shoot up my arm. Why do I have to attracted to the guy I found unconscious on the back porch of my house? Why couldn't I be attracted to a guy I know, one I don't have to worry about being a psychotic killer? What's your name? I tug my hand out of his grasp, leaving the wash rag laying on his cheek and look around the room, not daring to look him in the eye. Looking him in the eye makes me feel funny, and I don't like that I like it. I do not know. My eyes shoot to his when he speaks, going wide at the utter frustration and confusion in their blue depths. They are almost like swimming in the ocean, like no matter how hard you fight the tide keeps pulling you deeper and deeper. And I am definitely being pulled deeper and deeper. You don't know. Do you remember how you ended up on my back porch? Charlie barks on the other side of the door, drawing his attention, and he growls loudly back at her. Why would he be growling at her? He's not an animal, but that sound coming from deep within his chest sure as hell sounds animalistic. Hey, do you remember what happened to you? He frowns at me, brow crinkling in confusion. They attacked our village, they killed everyone, I was the only one to escape. What? Who attacked your village? What he was saying made no sense, and the longer he was quiet the more curious I became. It was killing me to not know what had happened to him, only because of how broken he looked. The hunters, he whispers, looking up at me as if only just realizing I was there, and grimaces. The hunters? What did he mean, the hunters? What do you mean? What hunters? None of it made sense to me, and from the look on his face it made no sense to him either. But it only left me wondering just how hurt he really is. If he's seriously hurt, then he needs to go to the hospital. Look, I cleaned your wounds as much as I could, but you need stitches, you need to go to the hospital. No? He shouts the word at me, making me jump back from the bed in shock as Charlie starts growling loudly, again. No hospital, please. I will be fine, I do not need to go to a hospital. I thank you for tending to my wounds, but I must go now. Before they find me. Before who finds him? You can't go anywhere. I barely managed to get your back and chest to stop bleeding. If you move around too much you'll start bleeding again. You're lucky you didn't bleed to death on the porch before I found you. Or before Charlie found him, however you want to look at it. Either way he couldn't leave, at least not until I knew for sure he wouldn't bleed to death trying. You do not understand, if I stay here they will find me. They will kill you for helping me. I will not be responsible for another's death. I frown at him in confusion as he moves to try and sit up in the bed, hissing out a breath in pain when he twists. Don't move, all right, just lay back down before you hurt herself. I press lightly on his shoulders, pushing him back into the bed, ignoring the way he looks at me. You do not know what I am, otherwise you would not be so calm around me. His hand reaches up and brushes the hair back from my face, his eyes searching mine for a long moment before I look away and stand. What is your name? I asked you first. Something tells me that he just doesn't want to tell me his name, not that he doesn't remember, and it annoys me. I should be downstairs cleaning up the mess that was made, but instead I'm taking care of this guy and he can't even tell me his name. My name is Xavier, now what is your name? Xavier, somehow it fits him and I don't know where that thought came from. Arianna, now are you gonna stay in the bed, or do I have to stay up here and babysit you? I really need to clean the downstairs before Dad gets home. If he finds a mess he's going to kill me, and I'd like to live to see my 19th birthday. I will stay put, for now. You have something to do? He asks, tilting his head to the side, looking totally adorable. No, he doesn't look adorable, he looks ugly, hideous, disgusting, anything but adorable. But, oh, I love guys with blonde hair and blue eyes, especially ones that manage to make it look dangerous, and he looks plain deadly despite how damaged I know he is. Yeah, I have to clean the house before my dad gets home. If you need anything just holler, the floors are pretty thin so I should be able to hear you. Why do I hate the thought of leaving him alone? It almost makes me sad to leave him, and I should not be feeling sad. It's because he's hurt, that's all. Very well, I will holler if I need anything. Thank you for your hospitality. I nod and walk out of the room, shutting the door behind me so Charlie can't get back into the room. There's something off about that guy, I just don't know what it is yet. I'll figure it out sooner or later, one way or the other. Before he leaves I'm going to find out why he gives me the chills. And I don't mean in a bad way. Once I get back downstairs I pick back up where I left off, picking up all the random trash that was left strung about my house, my so-called friends. Usually when I clean I have the stereo on as loud as it'll go, but if I had it on I wouldn't be able to hear if Xavier hollers for me, which I highly doubt he'll do. I think he'd rather kill himself getting something without my help than ask me to get it for him, which is an annoying trait he and my brother share. A half an hour later the living room is spotless and I'm dead on my feet, wondering where I'm going to be sleeping tonight when the doorbell rings. Peeking a glance at the clock on the TV I see that it's 5:30 in the morning. Why would someone be showing up now? Oh, maybe it's Dad and he forgot his keys. It wouldn't be the first time he's done it. When I open the door I just stare at the men in front of me. Dressed in all black they look like they've had one hell of a night, and don't really have the patience to be standing there waiting for me to speak. Can I help you? The biggest one of the 6 guys smiles kindly at me. Yes. Actually, have you by any chance seen a blonde man about my height come by here? He keeps the gentle smile on his face, and if it weren't for the malicious intent in his eyes I might have bought the gesture. No, I'm sorry I haven't. Might I ask why, though? Were they looking for Xavier? Were these the hunters he said attacked his village? Are you sure, miss? You seem like a nice girl. I'd hate for you to be covering for this man. He can be very dangerous. You see, we were taking him in to be taken care of when he escaped. There's no telling what he would do to evade capture. Taken care of. Did this guy think I was stupid or something? I'm very sure, sir, I haven't seen anyone. Not that I would tell him any different anyway, but my gut is telling me that he's not buying it. One of the men beside him leers down at me. Why don't you let us come in and see for ourselves, eh? We've had a long night. It would be so kind of you to let us rest, and I'm sure we could find some way to repay you. A slow smirk fills his face as he steps forward and I step back. Take another step, and I'm going to make it very difficult for you to reproduce. I'm sure the world would thank me for it too. I smile sweetly at him, making him glare dangerously down at me. That's enough, Darren. She obviously hasn't seen him. She would have told us if she had, wouldn't you, dear? The big one smiles at me again, and I feel like slapping him. Of course. Now if you'll excuse me, it's late and I have school tomorrow. I shut the door in their faces, locking it before I run hurriedly up the stairs and into my room, leaning heavily against the door. Is everything all right, Arianna? His voice is like dark velvet, making my toes curl in my shoes, and I love the way he says my name, which is a very bad thing. Everything's fine. There were just a couple of guys downstairs wondering if I had seen a blonde guy about your height or not. His eyes widen and grow dangerously dark as he looks me up and down in concern. Are you all right? Did they harm you? He seemed sincerely worried, and that didn't make sense to me. I don't know him, he doesn't know me, I'm just the girl that helped him. Why would he be worried about me? I'm fine, just really freaked out. You don't need anything to drink or anything, do you? He shakes his head no, and I sigh in relief, because I really didn't want to have to go back down there by myself. Good, 'cause I'm beat and I just wanna go to bed. And I can't go to bed because he's in my bed. Terrific. Where am I supposed to sleep now? Chapter 3 Happy Birthday. Warm and cuddly. You know, I don't remember Charlie ever being this warm or cuddly. Actually, the last time I tried to cuddle with her, she smelled so badly that I ended up bathing her 4 different times the next day, and in the end I was the only one that ended up smelling like dog shampoo. But that wasn't my point. My point was that. Wait, I think I forgot. A rumbled sound of contentment, that almost sounds like a purr, sounds in my ear, making the bed vibrate as I snuggle closer to the warm, non-furry body next to mine. I sigh happily when an arm wraps around my shoulders, tugging me closer, as another purr-like sound reaches my ears. It's funny, because Charlie doesn't really like cuddling with me, and I don't remember her ever smelling this good. Not even when I accidentally spilled a whole bottle of perfume on her. But this scent is woodsy, like the forest before a storm, and entirely masculine. A loud bark sounds from some far corner of my room as a car passes by, the loud rumbling of the engine making it very hard for me to slip back into my sleep. Charlie barks again, and I groan when the arm around my shoulder slips down to my waist, letting the cold air sting my bare skin. Charlie, shut the hell up. I shiver and scoot closer to the warmth beside me, freezing when a sudden thought occurs to me. If Charlie is across the room, then who am I cuddling with? Hesitantly, I open my eyes and stare in shock up at Xavier's sleeping face. This is so not where I fell asleep at last night. But damn, if he doesn't look cute. Slowly, holding my breath, I push myself away from his body, breathing out roughly when his grip tightens on my waist. Swallowing tightly, I pull his arm away from me, eyes wandering when the blankets ease down his chest. Damn it, I need to stop looking at him when he's asleep. At least when he's awake I don't have the guts to ogle him. He shifts in his sleep, inadvertently pulling the blankets farther down his chest, revealing smooth, toned muscle with barely a scar from the bullet wound that had been there last night. What the hell? Glancing up at his face, I lean closer to his chest, tracing the round, barely there, little scar, wondering where the hell all the little scratches that were there last night went to. There's no way they could have healed so fast, could they? I mean, there should still be scratches, at least little scabs, shouldn't there? How the hell? He shouldn't have recovered that fast. When I found him he was close to bleeding to death, and now there's not even a mark when his minor wounds were. Someone doesn't heal from the damage he'd suffered overnight, it's just no possible. I heal abnormally fast. He murmurs, voice still husky from sleep, and I freeze. A little shriek escapes my mouth as I stumble backwards from the bed. Charlie yelps when I trip on her and runs quickly towards the door, making me fall flat on my bottom, staring in shock as Xavier is suddenly crouched beside me, no sign of pain of any kind in his expression. I am so sorry, I did not mean to startle you. Are you all right? Me? He's the one that couldn't take a breath last night without wincing, and now he's suddenly healed and asking if I'm all right. I am fine, but how did you heal so fast? I mean, there's no way you could have. There's not even a scar. My eyes wander all over his chest, looking for any sign, other than the tiny scar, that he had been hurt, and find none. It's like he was never hurt in the first place, like I imagined it all. I hadn't imagined it all, had I? As I said, I heal abnormally fast. You could say it runs in my family. He gives a small smile, but his expression he's still worried as his eyes look me up and down, making my heart flutter in my chest. Damn, that is so not a good thing. You think? Dude, you needed to go to the hospital, and now it's like you were never even hurt. How is that possible? His expression is guarded when I look up at his face again, and he refuses to meet my eye. You should get dressed before your father arrives. I will be leaving as soon as I am fully healed and able to contact my guard. Okay, and I'm going to pretend like I know what the hell he's talking about. Wait, how did you know my dad's coming home today? I hadn't told him that, had I? I'm pretty sure I never said anything about my dad, but hell, after staring into his eyes for a couple of minutes I'd forget my own name, so who knows? His lips quirk up at the sides, drawing my gaze and making it very hard to look away. Oh hell. You talk in your sleep. He grips my arm gently, pulling me to my feet before walking back to the bed, being careful to give Charlie her personal space when she growls at him. Hey, where did you get the pajama bottoms? They look like my dad's, but that would mean he'd walked downstairs and got them while I was sleeping. And how the hell did I end up in the bed, when I'm absolutely certain that I went to sleep on the floor? He frowns, looking from the pants and back to me, a light flush filling his cheeks, and I swear I almost swooned at the sight. Almost. You do not mind, do you? I did not think it was appropriate for us to be sleeping in the same bed while I was indisposed. I blink back at him in shock. Did he seriously just say that? Any other guy would have taken advantage of the situation, hell, any other guy would have left me on the floor, but he thought it was inappropriate. Why couldn't I have met him under normal circumstances? Let me get this straight, you went downstairs, got a pair of my dad's pajamas bottoms and put me in the bed. So weird and so sweet. He nods slowly. Yes, you could not have been comfortable on the floor. Is that all right? He stares at me worriedly, frowning when I don't answer right away. I am sorry if I upset you, I meant to sleep on the floor, but your dog would not stop growling at me and… It's fine, really. I just thanks. He nods, looking away from me, and I groan internally at the tension suddenly filling the air. I need to shower, so will you be all right? He smiles gratefully at me. Yes, of course, I am a big boy, you know. Yeah, I know, but I doubt that is what he's talking about. Damn it, I cannot be attracted to him, I just can't. Nodding quickly, I half run into the bathroom, leaning heavily on the door once it's shut. I am not attracted to him, I've just got a bug or something that's making me think crazy things, that's all. Unfortunately for me, I don't realize that I forgot to bring clothes into the bathroom with me until after I've already showered. I'm shivering from the cold, and I really don't want to ask Xavier to leave the room just so I can get my clothes. I think I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that he's almost completely healed. No one should be able to heal that fast. Wrapping a bath towel around myself, I open the bathroom door just a crack and peek out. Ugh, why did the one time I forget to bring clothes with me into the bathroom have to be today? Couldn't it have waited until Xavier was gone? Arianna, is everything all right? Damn him for sounding concerned, couldn't he just ignore me like a normal person? No, not really. I kinda forgot my clothes. So do you think you could close your eyes? Or I could just ask him to hand me some clothes, but the thought of him rummaging through my underwear drawer is just embarrassing. Oh, are you sure? Would it be better if I waited in another room? Yes, maybe then my stomach wouldn't feel like there's butterflies living in it, but Dad's due home any time now, and I'm not so sure how he'll react if he finds Xavier in the house. It's more than likely that he'll lock me in my room until I leave for college next year, but hey, I'd rather not find out. No, just don't. Look. What the hell is my problem? I've changed in front of Trevor and Duncan plenty of times, and now I'm suddenly self-conscious. It makes no sense. Very well, I will not look. I frown at the quiver in his voice. It almost sounds like he's struggling to not laugh, and something tells me he's laughing at me. Which just plain pisses me off, because it's all his fault. Stupid boy, with his stupid blue eyes and his stupid hot body making my hormones act. Stupid. I swallow and push the bathroom door open, watching him cautiously as I walk across the room to my closet. Sitting on my bed bare-chested, he looks like he belongs there, like he was the one thing my tiny room was missing, and that's a very scary thought. Are you going to stand and stare at me all day or get dressed? His voice snaps me out of my very dirty fantasy and back to reality as his lips quirk in a half smile. And it's a damn good thing his eyes are closed, otherwise he'd know I was blushing. I walk into the closet quickly, silently thanking Tessa for insisting that I take the only room with a walk-in closet. Of course, when she'd said it, she'd been thinking about hiding her wedding dress so Sean wouldn't decide to get nosy. While I'm changing, the sound of a car motor gets closer and closer to the house before it cuts off, almost sounding like it stopped right in front of the house. But that would mean. The front door slams and Dad's voice echoes throughout the house, "Arianna. Are you up yet?" His footsteps sound on the stairs, the loud thump of his every step getting louder as he gets closer to my room. Damn. Arianna hun, it's noon, were you planning on sleeping all day? I rush out of the closet, stopping at the sight in front of me. Empty, my entire bedroom is empty of life, except for Charlie. Where the hell did Xavier go? Xavier. I hiss his name out on a whisper, frantically searching the room and coming up with nothing. Not even in the little drawer in my dresser. Where could he have gone? Arianna. The door handle turns as if in slow motion, as Dad opens my door, frowning when he sees me looking under my bed. Lose something, hun? Yeah, my toothbrush. My toothbrush? What the hell kind of answer is that? His frown deepens and I force a sheepish smile, laughing nervously. Did you check the medicine cabinet in the bathroom? That's where you usually keep it, right? Yeah, right. I didn't look there, just one of those, you know. He nods slowly, but I doubt he agrees. My dad and I rarely ever agree on anything, and I'd like to keep it that way. So, how was your trip? Good, same as usual, a ton of meetings and barely any sleep. How was your party? Boring, but then I found a naked man bleeding to death on the back porch, so I brought him up here to help him, and now he's all healed, but I seem to have lost him. So if you find a strange man somewhere in the house wearing your pajamas, don't worry. Yeah, he'd kill me for sure if I told him that. It was all right, same as usual. He nods again, and I resist the urge to roll my eyes. I love my dad, I really do, but the man has no social skills whatsoever. That and this is the longer conversation we've had since the day I hit puberty. Right, well, I've got to unpack, and your present is outside, keys in the kitchen. Happy birthday. With that he shuts the door and walks back down the stairs, probably to hide in his library from me for the rest of the day. At least this time he waited until after my birthday to give me the keys, right Charlie? She just blinks at me and I sigh, peeking back under my bed to make sure Xavier wasn't there. Every year for my birthday, my dad goes on a business trip, and to make up for it, every year since I turned 16, I got a new car for my present, sometimes weeks in advance. Your father is not a very talkative man, is he? I jump at the sound of his voice, squealing in shock when I see he's sitting on the edge of my bed, a thoughtful expression on his face. Was today your birthday? Dad's been quiet ever since I can remember, and yesterday was my 18th birthday. Why I felt the need to make sure he knew I was 18 I will never know. Where did you go? So I ruined your party then, I apologize. The guilty look on his face has my insides clenching, which is really weird because they only do that when I eat too much. No, you didn't ruin my party, besides it wasn't that much fun anyway. Parties aren't my thing, I'd so much rather go out and TP my biology teacher's house, but Nessa and Eva insisted and I'm a sucker for their puppy dog looks. Well then, I wish you a happy birthday, Arianna. He gives me a full-blown smile, showing off pearly white teeth, and my heart skips a beat. Perfect, Just freaking perfect. And the butthead hasn't answered my question, either. Chapter 4 Personal. Where is your mother? His question has me pausing to scowl at him over my shoulder, standing at the foot of the stairs listening for any sign of my dad. Hadn't I told him to keep quiet? I thought I had. Would you keep quiet? If my dad finds out you were in my room all night, he'd ground me till the day I die. And then I wouldn't get to drive my new baby, and that would make me very upset. And you didn't answer my question earlier, so why should I answer yours? You know, it actually hurt my feelings that he hadn't told me where he'd hidden, and that just plain bothers me. I don't know him, he doesn't know me, and the sooner I get away from him the sooner I can stop thinking about how good it felt to wake up in his arms. And you are avoiding my question. Asshole. Why can't he just answer the question? It's not like it's a hard one to answer, and why the hell does it bother me so much that he won't? My mom died when I was 1. She died on my first birthday actually, but it's not like he needs to know that, it's personal. Xavier stays quiet behind me, slowly following as I walk out the front door, praying Dad decides to stay locked in his office, or wherever he's decided to hide at. Come on, the quicker you get out of here the quicker I can pretend like you were never here. I say the words as soon as we are out the front door and walking down the steps, but when I look at his face I wish I had kept my mouth shut. His eyes tighten, lips compressing into a straight line, and I curse myself for causing the hurt in his expression. But why should it matter? He's as eager to leave as I am to have him gone, right? So what's the big deal? Yes, the sooner I am gone the sooner you can get back to your life. He says the words almost harshly, bitterness lingering in his eyes. The pain on his face has my heart aching and I don't even know why. What about you? He's got a life to get back to, right? Hell, he's probably got a girlfriend or someone to get back to, so why is he acting so weird? When the village was attacked, everyone I cared for was murdered. I am afraid I do not have much to get back to. He nods casually at me and starts walking down the drive like he'd just said meant nothing. Damn it, leave it to me to act like a bitch. He'd told me last night that everyone in his village was dead, and I just went and rubbed salt in his wounds. I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm sorry. I follow him down the drive to my new car, hating myself for my own stupidity. You know, you could stay here for a while, until you figure out where you're going to go. Hell, if he takes me up on that offer, how am I going to hide him from my dad? He tilts his head up towards the sky, leaning back against my new Mercedes. Your father would not mind my staying. I do not wish to cause you trouble. Ugh, why does he have to sound like that when I was just so rude? And he so should not be able to make my new car look like a piece of junk, it should be illegal or something. No, Dad won't mind. Yeah, so long as he doesn't find out he's here. Xavier just stares at me disbelievingly until I look away. Dad and I might not have the best relationship right now, but there's no way in hell he'd ever allow Xavier to stay here. He won't even let Trevor or Duncan spend the night. Why would he let some stranger stay? Are you sure? If I were to go and ask your father if I could stay another night, he would not mind. He quirks an eyebrow at my silence, tilting his head to the side when I continue to stare at him. But it's just so hard to look away. It's like there's some kind of magical pull drawing me to him, and I don't know whether I like it or not. My nose wrinkles and he smiles faintly. No, he'd probably maim you if you did. But that doesn't mean I want him to leave, which, by the way, is completely confusing. It would be best for everyone if I were to leave now, before they find out you lied for me. He pushes himself off my car and continues on down the drive, back stiff with every step. So that's it. He's just going to leave without telling me what the hell happened to him or anything. I don't even get a goodbye. It'd be best if I just let him waltz right out of my life, wouldn't it? We don't even know each other, and I'm pretty sure that I don't really want to know whatever he's involved in, but I don't want to see him leave. He's got nowhere to go, and even though I know better, he's spiked my curiosity. I want to know why those men were looking for him. I want to know why they killed everyone he cared about, and I want to know why it matters so damn much to me. He's got my attention in a way no one ever has, and it's weird, but I like how different he seems. And even though I know I'll probably regret it later, I can't just let him leave knowing he's got nowhere to go. Wait, where are you going? I jog after him, barely managing to keep up with his pace as he turns onto the road. I have friends, as you would call them, in the area that will permit me to stay with them for a little while. I will stay there until I have figured out what to do with the situation. Carefully bland, his voice is cool, the words obviously having been thought hour before he'd said them, but why? What is he trying to hide? Do you think that's a good idea? Those guys last night seemed pretty intent on finding you. And the thought of him getting hurt again leaves me sick inside. Just because he healed so fast last night doesn't mean he's immortal. What if he's hurt again, and no one's around to help him? It would be better than putting you and your father in more danger than I already have. He stops walking and just stares at me, making my heart rate increase and my stomach flutter. Arianna, I thank you for your help, but I do not wish to drag you into this anymore that I have. It is my problem, not yours. If I stay here I would be putting your life in more danger, and that I cannot have. What makes you think I'm not already in danger? It's pathetic really, how desperate I am for him to stay. It's almost scary that I want him around so badly. But really, if I were in danger because of him, what good would it do to have him around? If you were in serious danger, they would be in the area, watching the house. He says the sentence like a question, frowning to himself. Damn it, even that makes him look hot. What the hell is wrong with me? How do you know they are not? Whoever they might be. You know, being kept in the dark about this shit isn't all it's cracked up to be. I can sense no danger to you or your father nearby. Okay, I'm starting to think this guy just might have gotten off the crazy train at the wrong stop. He smiles kindly at something over my shoulder, lifting one hand in a small wave. Good day, sir, how are you? Oh God, of course I couldn't get lucky enough for my dad to not come outside. I should have known better than to think I could. I turned to face him slowly, trying to gauge him blank expression. Hi Dad, what's up? Rule number 1 when dealing with my dad: act natural. Show no sign of being nervous, and he goes away without questions. Show any sign of being uncomfortable, under his scrutiny, and you're done for. Hi honey, who's your friend? I wince at the sweet, innocent tone of voice he uses. Sweet and my dad mix about as good as oil and water. Bad things happen when my dad tries to act sweet and innocent with any boy he sees me with, and I have a bad feeling Xavier's about learn that firsthand. Xavier Reese, sir, it is good to meet you. Xavier holds his hand out for my dad to shake, only to drop it when he just stares at him. Did I mention my dad doesn't like to touch anyone unless he absolutely has to? You want to tell me why were you in my daughter's room? How the hell did he even know? His hands go to his hips as his eyes narrow dangerously and I gulp. The last time my dad met one of the guys he thought I was dating, it was Duncan, and I'm pretty sure the D-man pissed his pants at one point. Our dad Xavier was. He was at the party last night, and his ride left without him, so I suggested he just crash in my room for the night. I didn't think you'd mind. No, I need he would mind, that's why I was trying to sneak him out of the house without getting caught. Obviously my plan failed. And he's wearing my clothes because... Shit, I forgot about giving Xavier some of Dad's clothes to wear, but hell, what would he have thought if Xavier had been buck naked? Be because his were ruined. He scowls at me, slowly, shaking his head. Maybe I should have actually thought up an excuse for why he was here instead of thinking I could sneak him out unnoticed. To the house, he points a finger towards the house, frowning down at me when I hesitate. If we go to the house he's going to send me to my room, so he can talk to Xavier. Now, my dad isn't the most intimidating guy in the world, but once they see just how many guns he has around the house, any guy I bring around tends to get nervous. I wonder, though, if Xavier could be intimidated as easily as Duncan and Trevor. Daddy, I follow him back to the house, swallowing at how close Xavier is. Goosebumps rise on my arms, his scent starts, making my head spin, and I'm pretty sure the sudden shivers racing up my spine aren't out of fear. Nothing happened, Xavier is just a friend. Please be nice. Dad frowns at me, closing the door behind us as we walk into the house. I'm always nice my foot, he doesn't know what the meaning of nice is. You either answer his questions to his liking, or he threatens to use you as a target for his newest gun. Yeah, my dad is as nice as they come. Now Xavier, what are your intentions where my daughter is concerned? Oh, someone kill me now. My eyes go wide when he asks the question, and Xavier chuckles at the apologetic look I shoot him. You do know she's only 18, right? Yes, sir, and I have no intentions of ever harming your daughter in any way. If I have my way, she will never be hurt. Okay, I shouldn't like the sound of that. I know what he really means by it, but I can't stop the happiness from bubbling inside of me as he says that. Oh baby, I am so screwed, and not in a good way. Good, no, you gonna tell me why you really spent the night here last night? This is a small town, son, and I know you don't go to the public high school, or the local college. What the hell, why does he have to be so nosy? Why can't he just ground me and get it over with? No sir, I do not. I went to school on the reservation. Your daughter was nice enough to allow me to stay the night here after my home was destroyed. Oh no, no, please tell me he didn't just say what I think he said. Is that so? Arianna, can I talk to you in the kitchen for a moment? It was said as a question, but the demand was clear in his voice. The look on his face said it all as I walked by, careful to keep my distance from Xavier, as I made my way to the kitchen, cringing at the loud, angry footsteps of my father behind me. Dead. I'm as good as dead, and I can't think of anything to say to save myself. Okay, look, I know you're mad, but let me explain. What was that saying? The truth shall set ye free. I wonder if that applies here. Explain. You want to explain to me why you let one of those things into my house? Well, go right ahead, and maybe I'll let you out of your room before you're 40, but I doubt it. Bad, nothing good happens when he tries to control his temper. The last time it took me 3 days to clean up the mess he left in the kitchen. Dad, I'm sorry, but he was hurt and I couldn't just leave him on the back porch to die. Wait, did he say thing? What the hell does that mean? Ooh, maybe I should have kept that particular part to myself. The veins in his forehead and neck look like they are about to pop, and for once in my life I'm actually scared that my dad might hit me. You would have been doing the world a favor, damn it. You should have just let that thing die when you had the chance. He glares at me, stalking over to the fridge, pulling out a beer and downs it in one go. The scary part is my dad never drinks beer, never. The only reason we even have any is for when Granddad comes to visit. Why would say something like that? He's a human being, he deserves better than to bleed to death on someone's porch like an animal. His eyes flare when I say the word animal, the anger and disappointment in his gaze making me feel sick to my stomach. How could he be so uncaring? Xavier's a human being just like everyone else. Even if Dad has something against the people he grew up around, or whatever his problem is, he deserves better than to be treated like some kind of disease-infested animal. Trust me, there's nothing human about that man, and I forbid you to see him again. Understand? Why? Because you don't like where he's from. Well, newsflash, he's got nowhere to go. I can't believe it. I mean, I expected my dad to be upset, but I never expected this. So, he's not staying here. I won't have that thing bringing you into whatever danger is stalking it. I am afraid, sir, that she may already be involved. The hunters that attacked my village were here asking if she knew where I was. I'm sure you are well aware that they would not have bothered to ask if they did not already know. It would do no good if I were to leave now, but I will not stay where I am not welcome. Then leave, your kind aren't welcome here. Dad pushes himself in front of me when Xavier's eyes land on me and I feel like crying at the haggard emotion on his face. Very well, sir, I shall take my leave, but I feel I should warn you. I will not allow anyone to harm your daughter, so I suggest next time you should get a handle on your anger before you frighten her more. What the hell? How the hell did he even know I was scared? He hadn't been in the room, had he? Don't threaten me, dog. I'm not the one you should be worried about hurting her. Now leave before you really piss me off. Hang on a second here. Does someone want to tell me what the hell you two are talking about, or do I have to guess? Neither of them look at me, both glaring at one another dangerously. Dad. Xavier. Terrific, now not only do I have to deal with one pissed off prick, I have to deal with two. Could my day get any worse? Chapter 5, The Supernatural. Will one of you tell me what the hell is going on? Again they ignore me, staring each other down, waiting for the other to back down. Minutes ticked by, hell maybe even hours, I don't know, and neither of them moved, ignoring my very presence in the room, and my anger increased with every minute. Fine. Be assholes about it, I'm going to Eva's. I stomp from the room, knowing my reaction is childish, but not really caring as I walk to the front door, cursing them both under my breath. Why do men always have to be so annoying? Is it like ingrained in their brains to be complete morons, or do they just learn it when they get older? I don't see what the big deal is about all of this, and my dad's reaction to Xavier being from the reservation just pisses me off even more. Arianna, wait, I squeak in surprise when his hand latches onto my arm, stopping me from slamming the front door in his face. Trying to jerk my arm from his grasp is futile, but I try anyway, glaring back at him when he chuckles at my failed attempts at freedom. The humor slowly falls from his expression, the seriousness in his eyes making me almost nervous. I believe there may be some things I should explain to you about myself. If your father is all right with that. Dad frowns angrily at Xavier's hand on my arm, obviously put out that I don't try harder to get away from him. But why would I want to move when it feels like I should stay right where I am? I don't like the two of you alone together. Just because you've sworn to protect my daughter does not mean I trust your kind. I don't want you showing her anything, explain it as simply as you can, then leave. Okay, now you're really starting to piss me off. What's going on? Why can't they just spit it out already? What could be so bad that they are trying to kill me with the suspense? It irks me that I want to know so badly, and that they just keep quiet every time I ask for answers. If they don't get to talking before I start going grey, then I'm going to hurt someone. It would be better if she saw for herself what I am, you know this yourself. It will be easier for me to protect the both of you if she understood the consequences of this situation. Hello, am I invisible or something? Is that what is? They just don't know I'm in the room. I will not hurt her, you have my word. I sigh dramatically, tugging my arm out of Xavier's grip, as they continue to stare at each other, ignoring me when I snap my fingers in their faces. Daddy, Trevor said he wanted to take me to the fall dance, and I think I might go with him. Dad absolutely hates Trevor. If there's one sure way for me to end up grounded, then it's bring up Trevor and date in the same sentence. But right now it's like they've both gone deaf. Hello. Did you hear me? Nothing, no reaction, no blinking, nothing. Assholes. Fine, I'll just go down to Main Street and start hooking the corners. What do you think of that? That's good, darling. Dad waves his hand through the air, as if excusing me from the room. What the hell is wrong with them? Fine, explain it to her. But if one hair on her head is harmed when she gets back, I'll hunt you like the animal you are, got it? Xavier gives a sad little smile. I would expect no less, sir. Come along, Arianna, We have a lot to discuss. He turns and walks down the steps, probably expecting me to follow along like a dutiful little dog. As soon as he realizes that I haven't moved from my spot, Xavier stops, turning back to me with an almost fearful expression on his face. Arianna, will you not join me for a walk? Before I can stop myself, I nod and start walking down the stairs, choosing to ignore the vulgar words coming from my dad's mouth behind us. I want her back in 2 hours. If she's not, I'm coming after you. You got me? Xavier nods, never once looking away from me as he speaks. Of course, sir. I will have her back before the 2 hours is up, I promise you. It's funny how I can't find it in me to deny him. The rueful smile on his face has me frowning as I accept the hand he's held out to me. I don't think I'm going to like whatever is coming. What was with that staring contest? It almost looked like they were having a silent conversation that they didn't want me overhearing, and of course that annoys me. I don't like surprises, and the fact that my dad is so willing to keep me in the dark about something he knows I want to know is irritating. Do you believe in the supernatural? He doesn't look at me as we walk down the drive, turning onto the road once his look to make sure no cars were coming. His question caught me off guard. I hadn't expected that one, and I don't really see how that applies to anything. And besides, what would it matter if I did or not? None of it's real anyway. You mean like vampires, werewolves, ghosts and stuff like that? He nods slowly, his thumb rubbing circular patterns on the back of my hand. Not really. I mean, it's just stuff Hollywood's made up in movies to make money, right? I'll admit, I like to imagine what it would be like if stuff like that was real, but that's only because the guys that play the werewolves and stuff are incredibly hot. He swallows tightly, a little laugh slipping past his lips. Not exactly. Arianna, what would say if I told you that I am a werewolf? He stops walking, staring me dead in the eye as I blink back at him in confusion. He wasn't serious, was he? Werewolves are real. They are just creatures people made up because they were bored or whatever, but they are not real. They can't be, can they? I would ask you how you escaped from the insane asylum. He didn't honestly believe he was a werewolf, did he? Damn, it's no wonder Dad started freaking out. He must have known Xavier was insane from just looking at him. All that damage must have seriously screwed up his brain or something. You're not serious, are you? You really think you're a werewolf? I should have known something was off about him. No one like him could be sane, there's just no way. He smiles at me. I do not think I am a werewolf, I know I am. How do you think I healed so quickly? He couldn't be serious, there's just no way. I shake my head slowly and pull my hand out of his, walking backwards back towards the house. If he's crazy enough to think he's a werewolf, then there's no telling what he'd do. You're joking, right? There's no way, Yuri, it's just not possible. You're delusional. Hurt flashes through his eyes at the snap in my voice and my stomach sinks. It shouldn't bother me to see the hurt in his eyes. He's completely insane. I shouldn't care, if he's hurt, that I'm not buying into his story. I can assure you that I am completely sane. I would not lie to you. He takes a step towards me and I step back, fear knotting in my chest. You are afraid of me and you do not even believe what I tell you. Did you honestly think I would? God, you've got to be insane. There's no such thing as werewolves. They are just magical creatures made up to scare little kids. There was no way he was serious, right? I mean, after all this time, if werewolves were in fact real, wouldn't the world know it already? How could something like that have been kept a secret, if it were true? It is good that you fear me, it is better that way, safer for you, but you need to know the truth so that I can protect you. Let me show you that I tell you no lies. If you wish for me to leave after you see the truth, I will go, but you need to know what I am. The desperation in his voice and eyes has me pausing as I turn to make a run for the house. What would be the harm in going with him now? I can just let him make a fool of himself, tell him to get lost and pretend like I never met him. He wouldn't try anything this close to the house, What's the harm in proving his delusions wrong? Fine, but make it quick. I need to get a handle on my nerves before Eva and Nessa show up and force me to go clubbing with them, like every other birthday. If I don't act like I hadn't let an insane stranger stay at my house last night, then they'll bug me until I spill the beans, and I don't feel like having them laugh at me all night. All right, will you come with me? I would rather we be farther from the road, but if you do not trust me we can do it here. I swallow and nod towards the woods. There's no sense in him making a fool of himself in front of anyone that might drive by, right? Do not run from me, please. I will not be able to control myself if you do. I'm not promising anything. What if he tries to kill me or something? Would he really expect me to not move if he tried to hurt me? I'd have to be as crazy as he is to promise to stay in one spot. What the hell are you doing? His shirt, or rather Dad's shirt, falls to the ground by his feet as his hands move to snap of the jeans. Oh my God, what the hell is he doing? First he tells me that he thinks he's a werewolf, and now he's getting naked in front of me. The fact that I'm liking the opportunity to stare at his chest is completely besides the point, and so is the wave of desire I'm feeling. I am showing you what I am. The jeans pull around his feet, and my eyes go wide as a blush fills my cheeks. Hell, I really shouldn't be liking the view he just gave me, should I? He's just so big and God, I feel like pervert. I cover my eyes with my hand, resisting the urge to peek through my fingers as he chuckles. Terrific, the crazy man is laughing at me because I can't stop drooling over him. What the hell is wrong with me? Arianna, would you look at me? I peek from behind my hand, struggling to keep my eyes on his face as his entire body begins to tremble. His eyes go dark, the skin pulling taut over his cheekbones, and I can hear his bones cracking as the air begins to shimmer. What the hell is going on? He hunches over as a cry leaves his lips, and suddenly there's a giant black wolf standing in his spot. Oh my God, there's just no way that I'm seeing this. I have to be dreaming, that's the only way to explain it. This isn't real. Anytime now I'm going to wake up in my big comfy bed and realize this was all my imagination playing with me. Why don't I like the thought of this all being a dream? And why am I just standing here, staring as it moves around me, sniffing my hair as it gets closer? I should be screaming and running for my life, not standing here wide-eyed like I've just been given the greatest present ever. A shiver races up my spine as the air behind me shakes, and his breath blows across my ear. I told you it was no lie. If you enjoy these supernatural secrets, don't forget to subscribe to us. More exciting content is about to be revealed. When Arianna discovers that her father is actually a werewolf hunter and the mysterious man she rescued, Xavier, is also a werewolf, how will she face this sudden truth? How will her relationship with Xavier develop? Can they fight together against the hunters who are trying to harm them? Want more werewolf stories? Subscribe to us and become a part of this mysterious world. Chapter 6. That boy is a monster. Don't freak out, don't freak out, don't freak. Oh, you, how the hell am I supposed to not freak out? He just turned into a freaking wolf. That should not be possible, and yet here I am, wondering if his fur is as soft as it looks. God, I've got to be insane. That has to be my problem, it just has to be, there's no other way to explain it. Okay, I take that back, there's only one way to explain this. Insanity, that has to be what it is, there's just no way this is real. And let's not forget that the freaking wolf talked. How? How is any of that possible? Wolves don't talk, well they are not supposed to anyway, but then, people aren't supposed to be able to turn into wolves either. So what do I know? Maybe I'll get lucky and here soon I'll wake up in my bed with a massive hangover. Ha, not likely. Arianna. My eyes dart about the trees as he moves closer, still naked as the day he was born. I shouldn't feel so comfortable around him, should I? I mean, he just turned into a wolf and I can't seem to be able to keep my eyes away from the southern part of his anatomy. It just seems too weird for this to not have me running for the hills. Could you put some clothes on? I see him nod from the corner of my eye, watching his face fall when I don't say anything else. But hell, what am I supposed to say? I mean, is there a certain way that I should be reacting to this or something? This can't be possible, right? People don't just turn into wolves, they just can't, so then how do I explain what just happened? Is this what my dad was talking about? Oh God, he knew that Xavier wasn't human and he let me go off with him, just like that. Arianna. Thankfully he doesn't come near me, only staring at me in that odd way that has my heart pounding in my chest. He turned into a wolf, right in front of me, that's just insane. You are afraid of me now, yes? Hell yes. Should I be? Why am I still standing here? I should be running as far as I can from him, but I can't make my legs move. I should be terrified of him, not worried at the sickly look on his face. He frowns at me, as if he's disappointed that I don't already know the answer to the question. For all I know he could be about to eat me or something. How am I supposed to know whether or not he'll hurt me? I would never hurt you. Part of me believes him. If he'd really wanted to hurt me he could have done so already, right? But the other part of me is trying to find the willpower to move, to run as far from his as possible. Which really, that would be a dumb idea, wouldn't it? If I ran he'd probably be able to catch me so there would be no point. You're not human, way to state the obvious, Dumbo. He already knows that he's not human, my dad knows he's not human. Wait. How did my dad know he wasn't human? My dad, he knew that you're you know. Why is it so hard for me to say the word? I saw that he's one of those with my own two eyes and my imagination isn't that good. So I know this is all real, but saying the word just seems too weird and I don't want to. A werewolf. Your father knows what I am because he hunts us. He tilts his head to the side, watching me carefully as he pulls the t-shirt over his head, grimacing as his bones crack. The sound has goosebumps rising on my arms, shivers racing up and down my spine as I shudder. I wonder if it actually hurt him to change like that. I mean it can't exactly be a pleasant feeling. My dad hunts you. What the hell is that supposed to me? Why do I feel like I'm still being kept in the dark about something? If he doesn't want me asking questions about whatever the hell just happened, then why did he bring me out here? I swear, I will never understand the insane way men think. They are just too complicated. Your father is gone a lot, is he not? Does he tell you where he goes when he leaves? Or just that he is going somewhere for his work? Arianna, your father is paid to extinguish my kind and so are those men that showed up last night. Only they have no morals, they will not hesitate to use you if they think it will bring me out of hiding. He steps forward, pain flashing through his eyes when I hastily step back, trying to keep as much distance as I can between us. It doesn't help that my hormones react to him. If he comes closer I won't want to ask him anything. I'll just be wondering how I can get away before I make a fool of myself. My dad goes around hunting people. No, not people, he hunts werewolves. That's why he's gone all the time. Okay, well not all the time, but he's gone for a week tops every month, but he never tells me where he's going, just that he's got to take a business trip for work. That is what my dad does for a job. Why would he do that? Why wouldn't he just tell me that in the first place instead of letting me think he had some lame-ass desk job, or something incredibly boring? Arianna. Are you all right? The fact that Xavier's moving closer and closer doesn't register in my head until his hand lands on my arm, literally jerking me from my thoughts. No, I am most certainly not all right. None of this should be possible. People aren't supposed to be able to turn into wolves, and my dad does not hunt werewolves or whatever the hell you think you are. It's too weird, there's just no way any of this can be real. I'm dreaming, that's all it is. Soon I'll wake up in my room, wondering where the hell that dream came from, that's all. Arianna, you saw what I am, if you want me to leave I will. But I will make sure you and your father are safe. The seriousness in his voice takes nothing away from the hidden emotion welling in his eyes that I don't understand. He almost looks like he's in pain, and I don't understand why. All I know is that I don't want him to leave, at least not until I know why I seem to be so attracted to him. How could I hear you when you were breathing, concentrating on anything other than him when he's so close is almost impossible. I shouldn't be feeling this way. He's so close, I want him closer and to run away at the same time, and it's confusing me. My heart shouldn't be racing from anything other than fear, should I? Xavier doesn't answer after a minute, and when I look up at him he won't meet my eyes. Why? A minute ago he almost seemed upset because I wouldn't look at him, and now he won't look at me. I should get you back to your father. Not until you answer my question. Why could I hear you? I mean, it's not like you could actually talk. His voice hadn't even sounded like he was talking. It had echoed throughout my head like it was supposed to be there and it shouldn't have been. He shakes his head slowly, staring off towards the road. I think that is enough for now. If you would like I will explain it to you tomorrow. No, I would not like for it to be explained tomorrow, I want to know now. Damn it. You're not going to be around tomorrow to tell me. For all I know my dad has good reason to not trust him, and I should just listen to what he says and stay away. Something isn't right about any of this, and the fact that my hormones go crazy around him is pissing me off. I just found out that he's some kind of freaky wolf thing, and I still want to know what it'd be like to kiss him. How screwed up is that? It's like some bad romance movie or something. Why makes you think that? The confusion in his eyes shouldn't seem adorable to me, not after what I just saw. You said if I wanted you to leave you would. Chapter 7 Say Goodbye. I've never particularly been good at goodbyes, but one's never bothered me as much as this does. Xavier's not human, those men that showed up here were hunting him because he's not human, my dad doesn't like him because he's not human. And I don't know how I feel about it all. My body acts weirdly around him, I think about things that should be normal, but my mind can't process that he's not human. He turned into a wolf right in front of me, and I still don't believe it. Maybe I just don't want to believe, but whatever it is it's not letting me tell him to leave. I should want him to leave, right? This shouldn't be so damn confusing. Arianna, do you wish for me to leave? My head screams yes, but every other part of me is screaming no. What do I do? If I say yes, he'll really be gone, but if I say no, I don't even know what would happen if I say no. But he still hasn't answered me. I don't know. Can you tell me how the hell I heard you when you were changed? Changed, yeah, that's a good word. Doesn't make this situation sound as weird as the other one. It's all weird enough as it is, there's no sense in freaking myself out any more than I already am. That is complicated. Complicated. It shouldn't be freaking possible. Complicated doesn't even begin to describe any of this. Your father will be worried if I do not get you back to him soon. Screw my father, I want some answers. Damn it. Why is it complicated? I mean, how much more complicated can it be than what I just saw? I'll call it anything but that damn W word. If I use that word I'll have to admit this is all real. None of this can possibly be real, it just can't be. It just is. Arianna, you look like you are going to faint, perhaps you should sit down. He reaches for my arm as I sway, backing me into a tree when I try to avoid his touch. Why do I feel so dizzy now? Some kind of delayed reaction to everything, maybe. Sitting actually sounds like a good idea, but going through the movements required to actually put my butt on the ground doesn't. Let me help you, please. The sheer desperation in his voice is surprising, and I'm not so sure I should like the sparks shooting up and down my arm, as he stops me from moving away from him again, helping me slide down the tree to the ground. Let me go. I'm going to completely lose it if he keeps touching me. He can't keep touching me. He's not human, he's not normal. He's a freaking werewolf. Oh God, there's that damn word, I said the word. What the hell is wrong with me? Wait, no, what the hell is wrong with him? This is his fault. If he'd just kept his fur covered us the hell away from my house, none of this would be happening. I wouldn't be going weak at the knees for a werewolf, my dad wouldn't be ready to commit murder, again apparently, and why does he have to look at me like that? It's really not fair, he shouldn't be able to stop my heart with just one look. Let go, just let me go. Don't touch me. He recoils in shock as I shout the words, face contorting into an agonized expression. Geez, he looks so helpless that he's breaking my heart even as my mind spins out of control. I am so very sorry I have frightened you, I never meant for this to happen. He thinks I'm afraid of him. How could I be afraid of him when he's done nothing to scare me? Well, besides turning into a wolf. My eyes widen as he turns his back on me, walking to the edge of the clearing. He's not going to leave me here, is he? Xavier, I'm not. You should go home, Arianna. When I shift, I am not in total control. I do not wish for you to be any more frightened of me than you already are. His shoulders tense as a car drives by, shaking his head to himself. He's really just going to leave, isn't he? Xavier. I'm not scared of you. It's a lot to take in, all right. You gotta let me wrap my head around the fact that you're a monster. You do not have to lie to spare my feelings. I was expecting this reaction from you. The hard, blank edge in his voice makes me feel even worse. How the hell did this go from a conversation about what he is to him degrading himself? Your father will come looking for you, Illinois mio amore. Huh? What did he just say? I wasn't going to call you a monster, I don't think you are one. But you can't just expect me to be fine and dandy about this. You just showed me, or rather showed me, that you're not human and my dad hunts werewolves. It's just not normal. None of this is normal, and it's really starting to annoy me that I don't know what he said. Why the hell didn't I take a foreign language class when I had the chance? Amore means love, doesn't it? I think it does, but why the hell would he be saying that? You want me to leave though, do you not? He blinks back at me carefully, smiling sadly when no sound comes out of my mouth. Damn it, why did I have to choose now to go silent, huh? I will stay away as much as I can, but I will make sure you are safe before I leave completely. No matter how badly it looks like he wants to stay, he actually means that, and that scares me. That's it. He thinks he's just gonna walk away and leave me with all these questions. No, you are not leaving. You're going to answer my damn question, and then you're going back to the house with me. Him leaving just so does not work for me. He's not going anywhere until I figure out why the hell it matters so much to me if he leaves. Then he can leave, unless I've got more questions, and if that's the case then his furry ass isn't going anywhere. His eyes flash and he sighs. Evidently someone doesn't like being told what to do. Well, that's just too damn bad. Arianna, your father will not allow me to stay, he would rather kill me himself. I flinch at the reminder. How could my dad have lied to me all these years? Thinking of him killing anyone, even if they are not human, makes me sick and I want to deny it, but how can I? So, look, you can't just drop a bombshell like that and not answer my questions. Damn it, it doesn't work that way. not even in your dreams does it work that way. No, get your ass over here and start talking. He looks shocked at the demand in my voice, but walks back over to me, stopping a careful distance away as he sinks down to the ground. What would you like to know, Illinois mio amore? There's those words again. Damn, I really wish I knew what they meant. But hell, I've had a hard enough time with the English language. I'll just have ask Eva later if she knows what they mean. The girl's like a walking, talking computer. How could I hear you when you were a wolf? Okay, that question didn't sound as weird in my head as it did when I said it out loud. Maybe I should have just let him go and kept my mouth shut. His eyes close briefly, and when they reopen he almost looks desperate to get out of answering that one, and I have no idea why. Is there another question, or is your mind set on that one? Why is that question so hard for you to answer? It's not a complicated question, is it? I mean, it's not like I'm asking him something terribly hard. Why can't he just get it out of the way? As you said, this is a lot for you to absorb. Telling you too much now would not be good for you. I will answer the question if you are dead set on it, but I think that particular question should wait until you are used to the idea of my being different. If only different were all that he was. All right, but do you promise to tell me if I ask later? For some odd reason I have to know the answer to that question, I just have to. Not knowing it is driving me insane with the guesses, and I don't like that. I don't like not knowing something that could turn out to be detrimental. It just doesn't work for me. Ever? You have my word. Now what are your other questions? How do you become a werewolf? Ugh, I hate that freaking word, it just sounds so weird. I get that that is what he is, but couldn't there be another word he could use? This whole situation is starting to sound like a bad Hollywood horror movie or some shit. You are either born one or turned into one. I would rather not go into details right now if you do not mind. It seems your father sent out a search party for you. I frown at him, looking around the tree to see Trevor and Duncan walking towards, quietly bickering to themselves. Those are your friends, right? Friends isn't the word I would use for them, but yeah, I guess. Duncan's a man whore hell-bent on making my life complete and utter hell, and Trevor is just. Trevor's too sweet for his own good, let's just put it that way. Despite the fact that they are brothers, the two don't get along at all, and most of the time it's fun to watch them bicker. Other times their presence annoys the hell out of me. Like now. Hey Arianna, why don't you say goodbye to Mr. Tall, blonde and brooding and come see what we got you for your birthday? Oh, and by the way, I might have accidentally told your dad about that night we spent together a couple of weeks ago. Duncan smirks as my face pales. Perfect, I am so grounded. Chapter 8, Possessive. I've gone and lost my fucking mind. There was just no other way to explain it. Why else would he have allowed his daughter to go off alone with one of those things, when he knew firsthand just what they were capable of doing? Evidently he hadn't learned his lesson the first time. He should have called the others as soon as he'd figured out what the guy was, but no. Instead he'd gotten too caught up on how the guy had stared at his daughter. As soon as he'd seen the look on the other man's face, seen how protective over her the other man was, he'd been choked by our own memories. He'd seen that look on his own face when he'd first met and fell in love with his wife, but it was hard to believe one of those things were even capable of that kind of emotional response. Seeing that look of pure devotion had caused him to pause. If the thing could look at his daughter like that and be so damn adamant about protecting her, then he surely couldn't be as bad as others of his kind. It could be an act, but something inside him believed that his daughter would be safe with the man, even though his mind didn't. God only knows what the hell is going on in that clearing. And as soon as that Duncan kid got back here, he was going to stuff him and mount him on the damn wall. That'll teach that little bastard to be bragging about a girl's sex life to her own father. Why does Duncan have to have such a huge mouth? We both agreed what happened that night was a mistake, though I can't really remember that much of it, but still, we'd both decided to never mention it again. Unless I've completely heard him wrong, he's just mentioned it, and to my dad of all people. If Dad knows about our little rendezvous, then I'm totally grounded until graduation. No one annoys my dad more than Duncan. Duncan. What the hell is wrong with you? I hissed, hating that he didn't seem at all bothered by the glare on my face. Sometimes I just want to smack the fool right in his pothead face. Why would you tell my dad that? Because I thought it would be funny. He tilts his head to the side, frowning in confusion. It might have been believable, in fact anyone that didn't know him might have believed he was honestly confused, but I've known Duncan since 8th grade, and when his eyes start to twinkle like a little kid's on Christmas, he gives away his facade. Duncan. He laughed, scowling at Trevor when he smacks the back of his head. I should have known beforehand that he wouldn't take my eternal grounding seriously if my father found out about that one night. The junkie never takes anything seriously. Especially not when sex is involved. Oh my God, you should see your face right now. Damn, I wish I had a camera. Priceless, Ari, just priceless. A low rumbling sound, sounding way too much like a growl, comes from behind me, freezing Duncan and Trevor in their spots. Dude, did you hear that? Hear what? Dear God, is Xavier growling? Is that what that sound is? But why the hell would he be growling? Don't get me wrong, the sound is creepy as hell, but right now I'm more concerned with why he would be growling than anything else. Was it something Duncan said, or is he on some kind of werewolf period? Wait, do werewolves even have periods? Gah, couldn't I have chose a better time to think about this, like now when I'm itching to smash Duncan's face in? Stop changing the subject. How could you tell my dad, Duncan, do you want him to murder you? Me, he'd ground for the rest of my days. Duncan, on the other hand, is more likely to end up dead in a ditch 3 states away. Duncan's eyes dart around the clearing, searching for the source of the growls coming from Xavier. Are you kidding me? No thanks, Cupcake. I happen to love my life, and I'm not about to give it up. Not even for someone as good in the sack as you. A full-blown growl of rage echoes off the trees as Xavier's arm warps, possessively, around my waist, pulling me tightly into his side. So hot and oh so good. Sparks erupt in my system when our skin makes contact, even through the clothing. Shivers run up and down my spine as he continues to growl. It feels so right to be tucked so tightly into his side, even as the warning bells go off in my mind. As good as it feels, I can't help but wonder what the hell had caused him to pull me to him. Trevor clears his throat awkwardly. Ari, you wanna introduce us to your new beau? He looks so sad, and if it were any other time, I would have denied instantly that the guy with his arms around me was my boyfriend. But right now, I found that I didn't want to. Part of me liked the thought of Xavier belonging to me in some way, the other part, however, was still screaming at me to run as far and as fast as I could away from him. But it's not just me we are talking about here. Trevor, he's not weary not. He's not my boyfriend. As much as some insane part of me likes the thought of him being my boyfriend, I don't think he'd appreciate it if I let these two believe we were together in any way. Besides, Trevor's a really sweet guy, and according to Eva and Nessa, a great catch who, apparently, thinks would make a great couple. Problem was, I've never seen Trevor as anything other than Duncan's sane brother. Could have fooled me. So does he have a name, or do we just have to call him Blondie? Duncan asked, frowning arrogantly at Xavier. I wonder what would happen if they knew what Xavier is. It's doubtful that Duncan would care, but Trevor, I don't really know what Trevor would do. I'm not so sure I want to find out, either. My name is Xavier, it is a pleasure to meet you both. Despite his politeness, there's an underlying anger in his voice that I don't understand. I don't really see how anything that's happened since Duncan and Trevor made their appearance could have angered him, but I could be severely wrong. Yeah, whatever bozo. So Ari, what does the old man think about your new man? Duncan asks, snottily, brushing Xavier's arm off of my waist to pull me into a tight hug. You smell good. Before I could get a good grasp on what was happening, I was yanked out of Duncan's arms and behind Xavier. Duncan's face went pale as Xavier's hand wrapped around his throat, and he snarled in his face. Xavier! What the hell are you doing? Stop it, let him go. Trevor latched onto Xavier's arm, struggling to move him even an inch while he choked Duncan. What the hell is going on? If someone knows, please tell me. Huffing and puffing furiously, Trevor pinned me with a glare, pointing on finger over at Xavier, as he lifted Duncan off his feet. God damn it, Arianna, make him stop. He's going to kill him. No shit. What the hell do you want me to do? What could I do to make Xavier stop? Hell, I don't even know what made him start in the first place. Why would Trevor think he'd listen to me anyway? I don't know, but that freak only lost it after Duncan grabbed you. For God's sake, he's going to kill my brother, Ari. Duncan gasps loudly, as if to agree with Trevor's statement. Stop it. Damn it, Xavier, you stupid dog, let him go. When there's no reaction other than a low growl, my fear turns into anger. What the hell is his problem? Without thinking about the consequences, my hand curls into a fist and launches itself at the side of his face. When contact is made, a burning pain shoots up my arm, making me gasp. A loud growl slips past Xavier's lips as he turns towards me, dropping Duncan onto the ground. His hand roughly grabs my jaw, holding me in place, as his other arm wraps around mine waist and his lips crash onto mine. Chapter 9: Awkward Silences. You know, I've heard about those kisses that are supposedly 1 in a million. Those mind-blowing, toe-curling, heart-pounding kisses that leave you thinking it was all a dream. I've seen them in movies, read about them in books, but I've never experienced one before. Under different circumstances I might have enjoyed it, hell might nothing I would have enjoyed it, but the fact that I just learned that Xavier isn't human, and watched him almost kill Duncan, made kissing him just feel weird. Even though my fist is still burning in pain, and I love the feel of his mouth on mine, my fist curls again, and before I've even thought it through clearly, I'm hitting him on the side of the face again. The impact of my sore hand on his face has no effect on him, not that I'd expected it to, but it has me resorting to desperate measures. My knee fires upward, between his legs, and I feel a small sliver of guilt as he grunts in pain, jerking his head back from mine in surprise. What the hell is the matter with you? He growls low in his throat as I squirm in his arms, trying to move away from the heat of his body. His arm coils tighter around my waist, pulling me tighter to him as his head descends again, eyes locked on mine. No, don't. His lips settle back on mine and the sparks start in my system once again, as my mind shuts down completely. Instinct takes over as I move my lips with his, wrapping my arms around his neck as both of his wrap around my waist. My entire body starts tingling, from head to toe, as he growls again, grinding his hips against mine when Trevor's voice interrupts my momentary bliss. What the hell are you doing? For God's sake, Ari, he just attacked Duncan and you're making out with him. What's wrong with you? Trevor's angry, incredulous tone breaks through the muddled mess that is my brain, bringing me crashing back to reality as I pull away from Xavier. Oh God. What did I just do? He'd almost killed one of my closest friends. It had certainly looked like that was what he'd planned on doing, and I was thinking about getting naked and sweaty with him. What is wrong with me? He's not even human, and I want nothing more than to do the most basic human thing with him. Where the hell had my mind gone? My head turns towards Trevor and Duncan, where they sit on the ground staring back at me in shocked confusion. Well, Trevor is anyway. Duncan looks like he's about to lose consciousness any minute now. Are you done snacking on the psycho now, or do we need to give you two some alone time? The bitter undertone in his almost dead voice suddenly reminds me that only 3 days ago, I'd told him that I wouldn't go to the dance with him because I wasn't interested in getting involved with anyone right now. Trevor, I didn't. The sentence trails off as he shakes his head, tending to the very pale Duncan. Besides, what could I say? I mean, it's not like I should feel like I have to apologize. I haven't done anything wrong. I've only just shoved my tongue down the throat of the man who'd just attacked his brother. God, what the hell is wrong with me? Should we call an ambulance or something? From the exasperated look on Trevor's face, my hasty change of the subject didn't go as unnoticed as I'd hoped it would. But seriously, what's more important? The fact that I kissed Xavier, or the fact that Duncan's turning into a freak smurf? No ambulance, I'll be fine, just gotta catch my breath. Are you sure? Trevor asked, the scowl on his face deepening when Duncan nods his head. Dunk, I really think we should call the police. Call the police? As in to press charges against Xavier. Trevor and Duncan wouldn't actually do that, would they? Wait, would they even be able to press charges when Xavier's not even human? Why would you need to call the police? I admit, it probably wasn't the smartest thing I could have said, but it's not like my fuzzed-up mind is actually capable of thinking of anything else to say. Why the hell wouldn't we? He was going to kill my brother, Arianna. And for no good fucking reason. I cringe at the anger in his voice, silently cursing myself for not keeping my freaking mouth shut. Of course they would want to involve the police, and they have every right to do so, I guess. Watch your mouth, boy. Xavier growls the words warningly as his arms wrap around my waist from behind, pulling my back into his chest. Or what? You gonna choke me too, blondie? Trevor snarls the question as he stands, fists clenched at his sides. I've never seen Trevor so angry before. Come to think of it, I've never seen him angry ever. But I've never seen Duncan almost get choked to death, either. Xavier growls lowly in response, arms dropping away from me as he takes a threateningly step towards Trevor, shoving me behind him as he moves. Okay, guys, that's enough. You two just need to calm down. There's no sense in causing any more problems than we already have, right? Dad hollers as he walks into the clearing with Eva right behind him. Damn it, I forgot about her little plan to take me out and get me wasted off my ass tonight. But after all of this shit, I have a feeling I'm going to need a couple of drinks. Just to digest everything, of course. Calm down. How can you expect me to calm down when this asshole just tried to kill my brother? You've lost your freaking mind if you think that will happen. If it were any other time, I would have been shocked that Trevor had spoken to my dad that way, but I just couldn't find it in me to care. There's too much else on my mind for it to matter right now. The silence that settles throughout the six of us is so awkward that you can literally feel it in the air. Not knowing what else to do, I say and walk over towards Eva, ignoring the curiously calculating look on her face, as her eyes dart back and forth from a seething Xavier to Trevor. There's nothing worse than when Eva starts thinking, because the girl has a freakish way of always coming up with the right answers even with the tiniest evidence. Though part of me doubts she'd come to the right conclusion about this little situation here. Mr. Right, I suggest you take your anger someplace else, it will do you no good here. Now, if I can trust the two of you to behave yourselves, we can take this back to the house, where we can all sit down and talk this out. Talk. How can my dad honestly think talking about anything that's just happened would do any good? Talking is the last thing Xavier and Trevor need to be doing if you ask me. Talk. You want me to talk to this bastard? There's no fucking way. If anything, we are going to call the police and have his put in a jail cell where he belongs. Trevor's usually sweet face contorts into one of pure rage as he glares at Xavier, ignoring Duncan's hand when he lays it on his brother's arm. Trevor, calm down, I'm fine, all right. There's no sense in starting a fight, you and I both know you can't win. Come on, just calm down, okay? We'll just leave and forget what happened today, okay? Could it be as easy as Duncan's saying? Could we just forget everything that's happened today? Somehow I doubt it. Forget it. Duncan, do you have brain damage or something? He choked you almost to death, how can you pretend like it didn't happen? Shock and anger color Trevor's voice as he turns towards Duncan, shaking his head in exasperation at the pleading look on his brother's face. Why the hell would you think I could just forget? Because I told you to, damn it. We are going to go home and pretend like nothing out of the ordinary happened today, because I said so. You are not going to call the police or even tell Mom and Dad about any of this, because I said so. Got it? What the hell is going on? Any other time Duncan would be agreeing with Trevor, not trying to cover up what Xavier did, or almost did, I guess. But now he's trying to convince Trevor to just let it all go. I'm missing something here. Why? And don't even start with the because I said so bullshit, Duncan. Why the hell are you so damn willing to pretend like the bastard didn't try to choke you to death? Duncan sighs at the question, staring past Trevor towards my dad, who only inclines his head towards me. Okay, so there's definitely something that I'm missing, now I'm just gonna have to figure out what it is. Just trust me on this, all right, brother? Maybe I'll explain it to you later. Hell, I wish he'd explain it now, maybe that way I'd have an easier time guessing at what the hell's going on. Duncan and my dad do not get along at all. It's almost like how you know the sun's going to set in the west, things like that are just not supposed to change. And now they are keeping secrets together. Trevor scowls broodingly, but nods, glaring over his shoulder at Xavier when he chuckles. Maybe nothing, you're going to explain this shit to me later, Duncan. There was no threat in his voice, just pure determination, and I have a feeling that I don't want to be around when they get to talking. Eva claps her hands together loudly. All right, now that whatever the hell is going on is settled, we have a party to get ready for. I open my mouth to protest and she glares down her nose at me. You're coming, Ari, whether or not you bring Blondie over there is your choice, but I've been working on this party for weeks and the guest of honor is not about to weasel her way out it. I understood. Fine, but don't expect me to like it. If what information I've managed to bribe out of Nessa is correct, then there'll be no way in hell I'll get out of the party without being at the least a little buzzed. Never let it be said that Eva doesn't know how to get her perfectly manicured hands on a buttload of alcohol. Dad clears his throat, frowning in concentration at me when I refuse to look him in the eye. Arianna, honey, if you're going to that party, then I would feel better if you'd take Xavier with you. Am I dreaming, or have I just completely gone insane? Because it sure as hell sounded like my dad was not only giving me permission to go to Eva's party, but also telling me to take Xavier with me if I did. What happened to the guy who said it'd have been for the better if I had let Xavier bleed to death? Dad, did you ever think maybe Xavier wouldn't want to have to babysit me tonight? That'd be exactly what he'd be doing, wouldn't it? Why should he have to watch me all night, when he could be off doing whatever it is that werewolves do? God, that would gives me the chills. And I'm not so sure I want him tagging along, considering how I reacted when he kissed me. I don't think it's such a good idea for me to be around him all that much, at least not until I've got my mind wrapped around all of this. I would not mind. If you would like me to accompany you tonight, then I shall. I do not wish to intrude, though. Dear Lord, I must have it bad, because I think I'd rather stay locked in my bedroom with him tonight than go to that party. At my silence, Eva elbows me in the side, coughing obnoxiously. Yeah, I mean, no, you wouldn't be intruding. You can come if you want. Eva elbows me again. I mean, I'd like for you to come to the party with me. Eva elbows me again and I glare at her. I honestly don't know how much more specific I can get, and I don't think I left anything out, did I? Terrific. Now why don't we go back to the house so you girls can get ready, Xavier, I'm pretty sure Sean's still got some clothes here that'll fit you, and if not we can go and buy you some. What the hell? Did my dad just offer to buy Xavier some clothes? I have to be dreaming, there's just no possible way any of this is real life. Right? My dad can't go from wanting to kill him to offering to buy him clothes. He just can't. It's not normal to want to kill someone 1 second then to buy the clothing the next, is it? The trip back to the house is made silently, awkwardly as Trevor and Duncan whisper back and forth behind us. Once we get to the house, Dad takes Xavier up to Sean's old room, and Eva pulls me into mine, jabbering nonstop about how amazingly hot my new house guest is. I think tonight might just be the best time for me to get wasted off my ass. Chapter 10 Drunken Declarations. Okay, I have to admit, maybe getting hammered tonight wasn't one of my brighter ideas, but after the day I've had I think I deserve to let loose for a little while. At the least until Eva's decided I can leave this damn party. She's made threats all night, saying that if I leave she's going to hunt my scrawny ass down and kick it. She's even went as far as putting Nessa on guard duty and guarding the front door, because she knows it's the only exit I'll use in my current state. Yeah, those yard gnomes her mom put out in the backyard really don't like me. I'm 18 years old, not a baby, therefore I do not need to be watched at all times like a child. Of course convincing Eva and Nessa of that is proving to be much harder than I had hoped it would be. And as for Xavier, as soon as we'd walked through the door Duncan had pulled him to a corner of the room, whispering something under his breath. But what's bothering me is that Xavier hasn't stopped staring at me once, and it's really starting to annoy me. I mean, it's not like I'm going to sneak off and do something I'll regret once I'm sober. All I want to do is have some fun before I'm thrown back into reality. Is that too much for a girl to ask for? Then again, my current definition of fun would be dragging Xavier into a vacant room and having my wicked way with him. So maybe, just maybe it's a good thing Nessa's keeping me attached to her hip. An arm wraps around my shoulders as Trevor plants a slobbery kiss on my cheek, lightly pushing Nessa out of his way. You know, Arianna, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. For as wasted as he seems to be, Trevor manages to pull me out of Xavier's line of sight without stumbling once. What is it? Trevor, like me, rarely ever has more than one drink, but when he does get hammered, like tonight, he tends to blab every secret he can before he falls face first onto the floor. Most of the secrets he tells, though, never really make much sense, so he's saved from the embarrassment that would come otherwise. I love you. And not like a friend or sister. I've loved you since freshman year, but you never knew, did you? No, of course you didn't, 'cause I never told you, did I? Well, I don't think I ever told you before, but I just did, and now you know. I think. He frowns to himself, oblivious to my shocked silence, before shaking his head. Whatever, look, my point is, I love you and I don't give a rat's as who knows it now. My first thought is that he's joking, he just had to be joking, right? But when I look up into his dazed and drunken eyes, the laugh bubbling up in my throat dies just as quickly as it had formed. The seriousness in his eyes has my stomach knotting in warning. Goosebumps rise on my skin as his eyes flicker down to my lips and he licks his own. He could not be serious right now. Trevor in love with me when he could have any other girl with just the snap of his fingers. The very thought was laughable, but the look on his face spoke volumes. Being a smart-assed bitch to him right now would do me no good, because it's quite obvious he believes what he just said. Nothing to say. He laughs humorlessly, brushing a strand of my hair back from my eyes. You look shocked, Ari. I guess I was better at hiding the truth from you than everyone thought. I open my mouth to say something, anything really, but he cuts me off before I can think of the right words. Look, I don't expect you to say anything, or even feel the same. I just needed you to know. I had to get it off my chest now, before I chickened out, again. And I wanted to apologize for a couple of things, as well. Apologize for what? My mind seems to have gone completely blank, because I can honestly not think of anything that he would feel the need to apologize to me for. Well, for one, I wanted to say I was sorry for my actions earlier, yelling at you like that was childish and completely uncalled for. And secondly, I wanted to apologize for this. This just so happened to his lips smashing down onto mine, fumbling around for any type of reaction from me. Shocked, numb, I really don't know how I'm supposed to feel. I'd known beforehand that he'd liked me, at least enough to ask me to be his date for the fall dance, but love. Really? The kiss, though, that was a complete surprise. The Trevor I knew would have stuttered over his words and blushed at just the thought of kissing a girl, and he never would have made the first move. But it seems that alcohol has helped his confidence. For a moment, for one crazy, insane moment, I consider kissing him back. I consider entertaining the idea that maybe, just maybe, I could find it in me to feel something more for him than I do. But then Xavier's brilliant blue eyes come to mind, and all thoughts of trying to feel more for Trevor than just love, as a friend, go flying out the window. I shouldn't have to make myself feel something more for him. It wouldn't be fair to either of us to pretend that I like even the thought of being with him like that. If this were right, I wouldn't absolutely hate the sensation of his hands on my hips, or his mouth on mine. If I actually could ever care for Trevor as something more, then I wouldn't be thinking about how Xavier hadn't tried to force his tongue into my mouth. The Trevor is, or how I just don't feel any kind of spark with Trevor. I wouldn't be thinking about how Xavier's kiss had set my entire body ablaze. Would I? My head jerks back and I shove at his shoulders, roughly, when he only starts trailing kisses down across my jaw. Trevor, stop. Stop. Everything about this feels entirely wrong, makes me feel sick to my stomach, with the need to get away from the feeling of his hands and mouth on me. It just makes me feel dirty all over. Trevor. Stop it. Trevor pulls away from me quickly, shock filling his wide eyes, and he pales. Sorry, I didn't mean to shit, Arianna. I got carried away. I really didn't mean to, I swear. The utter shock and fear in his eyes makes me feel a little better, because it seems like the normal Trevor, but that odd glimmer of satisfaction in their brown depths has me worried. What on earth would he be feeling satisfied about? A throat clears from behind me, and when I turn around I want nothing more than to become invisible. Xavier's fists are clenched at his sides, jaw tight, body trembling in impending disaster, but what really makes me feel so shitty is the resignation in his broken eyes. I feel dirty, cheap, but no sound will come out of my mouth when I try and explain. I don't know what I could possibly say to make this better, because part of me doesn't think that I've done anything wrong. After all, Trevor is the one that kissed me, not the other way around, and it isn't like Xavier and I were actually together. Because we are not, are we? One kiss doesn't make us a couple, no matter how amazing that one kiss may have been. But if that's so, why do I feel like such a whore? Hey there, Blondie. I was just telling Arianna here how sorry I was for how I acted earlier. You think she accepted my apology, or should I try it again? My eyes go wide and half of me wonders just how much Trevor had to drink tonight, while the other wants to beat him to a pulp. Surely he wouldn't have said it if he were anywhere close to sober, but that doesn't make it right. Hell, before today he'd never once even yelled at anyone before, for as long as I've known him. Maybe it's stress that's got him acting like such a prick. Please let it just be stress. Well, what do you think, Blondie? Should I apologize again, or should I just go straight for the kiss this time? Hey, maybe I'll get farther than you did. What do you think? What the hell is wrong with him? This is not the Trevor I know. If he were sober, there's no way in hell he'd even be thinking like this, let alone talking. I think you should leave before you upset her more. The careful restraint in Xavier's voice isn't lost on me, but Trevor just looks like he doesn't care. Can he not see just how much he's pushing right now? Oh yeah. Who's gonna make me? You sure as hell won't. Is he blind or is he just stupid? Maybe he's got a death wish, that sure as hell would explain a few things. Because if Xavier doesn't kill him, I think I might. Trevor, I would shut up if I were you. You don't know how he knows what I am, Arianna. Now that's a surprise. How the hell would Trevor know what Xavier is? I know I didn't tell him. Your father told him. He may be willing to let me prove that I am different from others of my kind, but he does not trust me along with you. That doesn't make any sense. If he didn't trust you, why would he have said he should come with me tonight? There's always a carefully calculated reason behind my father's actions. Now if only I knew how to figure out what his reasoning is now. Because he knows I will not hurt you, or allow you to be harmed. That is, however, as far as his trust goes. Okay, so it looks like Dad and I are going to have a chat when we get home, because this is so not cool. Who does he think he is to tell Xavier's secret? What gives him the right to go around running his mouth? If someone did that to him, he'd have a cow, but it's all right for him to. I don't freaking think so. And as for Trevor, how is any of this his business? Xavier, can you take me home? If I don't leave now, I'm going to cause a scene, and I don't think the conversation I want to have with Trevor is one other people should be overhearing. Especially considering that I go to school with all of these drunks. Xavier nods slowly and after giving Trevor one last warning glance walks back through the front of the house, leaving Trevor and I alone in what I now realize is Eva's kitchen. How had I not noticed before that he'd managed to corner me in the only room in this house that has only one exit? If I'd been in the right frame of mind, I would have noticed that he'd backed us into the vacant room, but I guess I was just too caught up in the skin-crawling feeling of his skin on mine and thoughts of how to get away from it. You're not seriously leaving with that thing, are you? Trevor asks incredulously, blocking my only way out of the room and away from him, when I ignore his question. Arianna, you know he's an animal and yet you're willing to be alone with him. What is wrong with you? Me? He wants to know what's wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me. I'd rather be alone with him than you, Trevor. God, why are you being such an asshole? Trevor had always been the sweet one, the one to make up for Duncan's ignorance. Why is that changing now? Because he's a murderer, Arianna. Don't you get that? He could kill you without a second thought and you don't even care, do you? I want to defend Xavier, to say that he'd never hurt anyone unless it was entirely necessary, but then I think of Duncan. What had he done that had set Xavier off in such a way? If Xavier could attack Duncan for no apparent reason, who's to say he wouldn't attack someone else? He won't hurt me. Of that much I am positive, though how I can be so damn sure of that I don't know. I should be terrified of him, not trying to defend him, right? I'm not exactly sure what I think of his not being human, but I do know that I can trust him to keep me safe. Which is extremely odd. Trevor grabs my upper arms and shakes me violently. You don't know that, Ari. Just because you want to believe he can be trusted doesn't mean it's true. He's more dangerous than you're willing to admit, even to yourself. He's a monster and I really don't think you should be alone with him. I was alone with him for an entire night, Trevor, and he didn't hurt me. I pull my arms from his grasp and poke the center of his chest. He did not touch me once, and when that so-called monster kissed me he did not try to shove his tongue down my throat, unlike some people. You see, he's already brainwashing you. You've barely known him a day, and you were all ready to fuck him in the middle of the forest earlier. That doesn't strike as odd. Ari, you were with Dane for 3 years and you never slept with him, but now you're going to screw a guy you just met. The fact that Trevor's right is a little unnerving and that I can't think of anything to say to defend myself really isn't helping the situation any. My sex life is none of your business, and not even what we are talking about. I'd been hiding my attraction to Xavier very well, but obviously, I need to work on keeping my secrets a little better. Bye, Trevor. I push my way past him and weave through the crowd of people dancing and laughing in the living room. I'd like nothing more than to be one of those people, but it doesn't look like that'll be happening tonight. Ari. Are you okay? Eva frowns at me worriedly when I stomp up to her, swaying back and forth in the heels she'd insisted that I wear. No, I'm not. I'm pissed at Trevor. I think I might hurl and I'm going home. That is if I can manage to make my way to the car without falling on my ass, because if I do there's no way I'm getting back up. I'll just have to sleep on the ground tonight. Ugh, I should just see if I can crash here, and not worry about ruining my new car. Her eyes narrow, searching over my shoulder, no doubt for Trevor. What did he do? Did he get all pissy on you again? You know he's just jealous of your new arm candy, right? Everyone knows Trevor wants to be the one you play doctor on. Someone tell me why the hell I bothered to inform Eva how Xavier ended up staying with me. Minus the part about him being a werewolf, of course, there's no need to worry her more than she already is. Speaking of tall, blonde and brooding, here he comes. She turns me around towards Xavier, patting my back reassuringly when I step back in fright at the look on his face. He's more dangerous than you're willing to admit. Could Trevor be right about that? Am I too caught up in my fascination with Xavier to care that he could potentially kill me and not care? He wouldn't, though, would he? He'd already had the chance and all he'd done was make sure I was comfortable in my own bed when he was the one that was hurt. What's the matter? I am afraid we need to leave as soon as possible. Are you ready to go? Without waiting for my reply, he grabs my arm and all but drags me to the door, half running down the short walkway, heading towards my car. Xavier, slow down. I think I'm gonna bile rises in my throat as I lean as far from him as I can without falling over and empty the contents of my stomach onto Eva's front lawn. See, this is why you don't run when you're drunk. Nothing good ever comes of it. Xavier holds my hair back from my face, rubbing my back soothingly while I continue to gag for what seems like forever. God, that's embarrassing. Why couldn't I have held that in until I could lock myself in my bathroom, instead of almost puking on his shoes? Okay now. Arianna, I know you must feel terrible, but we really must go. When I stand straight and glare at him, he grimaces, slipping an arm behind my knees as he lifts me close to his chest. Why are you in such a hurry? He looks like he's seen a ghost, and part of me wonders if that may not be far from the truth. I mean, he turned into a wolf, so seeing ghosts couldn't be that much weirder, could it? The hunters that are looking for me are close by, I can sense them. But I do not want to take any chances with you around. Once you are home, safe and sound, I will come back and deal with them. Deal with them? What the hell does he mean by that? What dash? You mean kill them, don't you? There was no need to question it. The look on his face said everything I needed to know. Maybe Trevor was right. Maybe I'd be better off keeping my distance from Xavier. Why? There had to be another way for him to deal with this, right? If there were any other way, Arianna, I would not. You have to know that I would never intentionally hurt anyone, but I have no other choice. Love, if I do not do this, they will use everything they can to find me, even you. And that I cannot have. I would never be able to forgive myself if anything happened to you. Love, he called me love. All other words after that have no meaning. Why? Why does my safety matter so much to you? It's not like he has any real reason to care about what happens to me. I like that he cares way too much, but I just can't figure out why he would. Because? His fingertip brushes across my cheek, leaving fire in its wake. Because you are my mate, ultra-met, and it would kill me if something were to happen to you. If you enjoy these supernatural secrets, don't forget to subscribe to us. More exciting content is about to be revealed. When Arianna discovers that her new boyfriend Xavier is not only not human, but a werewolf, how will she handle this complicated relationship? How will her father, a werewolf hunter, react? Will Xavier's secret push their relationship to the brink of destruction? Want more werewolf stories? Subscribe to us and become a part of this mysterious world. Chapter 11 Too Much Too Soon Part 1 I'm his what now? What the freaking hell is a mate? Is that like one of those movies or books, or whatever? Some kind of Twilight-like shit? It's not even supposed to be real. But werewolves aren't supposed to be real either, are they? None of this should be real. But hey, what do you know, there's a werewolf carrying me like a baby to my car, right now. Oh, I think I need another drink. A what? He couldn't really be serious, could he? I mean, first he tells me he's a werewolf and now I'm his mate. What's gonna be next? What could possibly come next? Wait, I don't think I want to know. I'm already going insane enough as it is now. There's no reason to add anything else to the mix. He sighs, opening the passenger side door of my car to place me in the seat. It's my car, damn it. You are my mate, Arianna. That is why your safety means so much to me. You mean everything to me. I mean everything to him. Everything. He doesn't even know me. How can I mean everything to him when I'm virtually a stranger to him still? And why do I think I might like the idea? You don't know me. How can I mean anything to you? I don't like it, but I like that I mean something to him, even though I don't know how I possibly could. Does that even make sense? I don't know if it does, but hell, I don't know how else to put it into words. I don't like that I mean something to him. There, I think that might be even more confusing. Ugh. His smile is sad as he shuts the car door, and it's still on his face when he walks around to the driver's side and gets in. I may not know you, but I have every intention of getting to know you. That is, if you still want me around after this. Arianna, you may not believe me, but you are everything to me, even though I may not know much about you. If you still wish for my company, we will get to know one another, all right. I frown at him, yeah, I guess, but I still don't get what this whole mate thing is. Is it like that imprinting thing in Twilight? The question makes me feel a little self-conscious, but really, I don't know what else to compare it to. I don't know enough about what he's talking about to think of anything else it would be like. What? The confused smile he gives me as he turns the car on and backs out of Eva's driveway makes me blush, even as my frown deepens. Was it possible he'd never heard of Twilight? Never seen the movies or read the books? What is Twilight? No freaking way. He doesn't know what Twilight is. You really don't know. Everyone knows what Twilight is, don't they? Even if they don't like it, they know what it is. Hell, my dad knows what Twilight is. Sean made both of us sit down and watch it before Dad kicked him out of the house, on the rare occasion that my father was ever home. He shakes his head, the smile falling off his lips as I continue to watch him in shocked silence. Should I? Well, yeah. Everyone knows what Twilight is. I'd have thought you would have. It's not a big deal, it's just weird that you haven't. If my brother heard someone didn't know what Twilight is, he'd have a cow and then he'd make you read the books and watch the movies. How weird is it that my brother is the one obsessed with the series? Don't get me wrong, I like the books, but the movies? Not so much. You know, if you want, I think Sean left the movies here when Dad kicked him out. If you want, we could watch them sometime. Sean had left the movies, hoping, in his words, that I would come to my senses and love them like every other teenage girl my age. Hasn't happened yet, and I doubt it ever will. He blinks over at me, momentarily taking his eyes off the road as he steers the car around a turn. You mean you still want me around? He looks as though it's the last thing he'd ever expected me to say, and I can't help but laugh. Had he honestly, though, I would tell him to leave. Maybe it's the alcohol, or maybe I've just gone insane, but telling him to leave is the last thing I want to do. No matter how increasingly fast my jumbled emotions for him have formed. Of course, you said we were gonna get to know each other, right? We can't really do that if you leave. Yep, I've definitely gone insane. Everything he's told me should matter more to me, shouldn't it? I don't think I should feel so comfortable, so safe around him. There should be at least a twinge of fear in me when he's near, shouldn't there? Yes, I did. I just doubted you would still want me around after today, and what you know now. What I know now isn't that bad, I guess. Of course, that could quite possibly be because I don't really understand what he means, or product of how much I drank tonight. Because I really just don't care. Look, it might be because of how much I drank, or because I don't really get it, but it doesn't bother me as much as it probably should. I don't know, maybe you should explain this to me. Maybe if he explained this to me so more I'd feel differently. Maybe if I knew more about this I'd be telling him to stay the hell away from me. That is what I should be doing, right? I should be telling him to leave me the hell alone, instead of loving the idea that he supposedly cares about me. Shouldn't I? What would you like to know? He asks, apprehensively, his grip on the steering wheel tightening till it looks borderline painful. What did I want to know? Everything. I want to know everything, I just don't know if I want to ask. Arianna. Here goes nothing. Everything. What do you mean? You say I'm your mate, what does that mean? And those guys, how would they have known I was lying for you? Why would they use me to find you? My stomach lurches as we round another turn, palms starting to sweat, and I swear my heart is about to beat right out of my chest. It means you were made for me. My eyes widen and he pales at the look on my face. What the hell? He clears his throat. Forgive me, I do not quite know how to explain this without frightening you. You are mine, Arianna. You are everything I could ever wish for, and before you say it, I know we do not know one another well, but we will have time to remedy that. You want me to explain how a mating works, but I cannot. I cannot tell you how it happens, because no one knows, we only know that it does. I wish I could explain this to you, I really do, I just do not know how I possibly can. You say I'm yours, do I not get a choice in this? I'm his. Like a freaking piece of property. I don't belong to anybody, especially not him. I mean, what the hell? You don't just go up to a person and say you're mine. It doesn't work that way. Of course you do. Arianna, I would never force you into this. If you do not want this, I will leave. It would be best if I leave now, though, so your emotions do not get too tangled up into this. The defeat in his eyes stops me cold when I go to agree with him. Calling the looks on his face simply heartbreak would be wrong, because it looks like so much more, and I can't understand it. I just can't understand it. He doesn't know me, he doesn't have a claim over me. He barely knows anything about me, so why does he look like he had so much invested in this? It's not supposed to be emotional, none of this was supposed to be emotional. It was only supposed to be me helping a man that was dying, that's all. Feelings of this magnitude were never supposed to be involved. I didn't say that, I don't know what I meant, okay? For God's sake, I don't know you. He flinches at the volume of my voice. I don't know you and you're telling me I'm yours. You're talking like I'm a piece of property, and not a human being. How do you expect me to react to that? If I had any sense at all, I would have told you to leave as soon as you told me what you are, but no. Here we are and I don't know what to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to react, but I sure as hell know it should be some way other than how I am now. The car rolls to a stop in my driveway silently, no words are spoken, as we get out of the car and walk to the house. Not even my dad has anything to say as I walk past him up the stairs to my room, ignoring the angry murmurs behind me as I go. None of this should be happening. Werewolves are not supposed to be real. Being a mate to a werewolf shouldn't be possible. But it is, and it's happening to me. Isn't that just terrific? How am I supposed to be reacting to this? Am I supposed to freak out? Scream? Faint? Someone tell me what the hell I'm supposed to be doing, because I have no freaking idea. Is the way I am reacting to this normal? Should I not care at all that he's something other than human? Should the fact that he almost killed one of my closest friends not matter to me? Because I think it should. I think I should give a damn about everything he's said and done since he woke up, but I just don't. Am I supposed to care that everything's happening too quickly? That in a matter of not even 2 days he's woven his way into my heart, as corny as it sounds, should I not care? The very thought of him going off alone to find the people that almost killed him makes me ill. It makes me want to scream and rage and force to him stay with me no matter what. I feel as though he's rewriting every thought in my head, like soon I'll be consumed with only thoughts of him. And it's almost that way now. How is that possible? How is it that in only 2 days he's got me as flustered as it had taken my last boyfriend 2 years to get me? How did all of this happen so fast? A loud knock on my door pulls me from my thoughts as Xavier hesitates in the doorway. I was hoping we could talk before I departed. Chapter 12, Too Much Too Soon, Part 2. He wants to talk, about what, though? I mean, there's not really much that hasn't already been said, is there? At least, I have nothing to say. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel, how I'm supposed to think, or what I'm supposed to say to him. If I knew any of those things, I'd be better able to handle all of this, but not knowing how to react to my own damn emotions scares the hell out of me. About what? Playing dumb to all of this seems like the wisest decision I could make at the moment. It'll most likely not work, but I've got no other game plan. How am I supposed to deal with his presence all the time, when he's got me so flustered? I've never been so confused over my feelings for a guy before, never dealt with emotions this strong where he's concerned, and it doesn't really seem fair that he's always so calm and collected. He frowns down at me, shutting my bedroom door silently behind him, effectively blocking any exit I could use. I think you know what, Arianna. I do not want to leave things between us the way they are. He says, like it'd be a capital crime to let me regain my senses for one night, without worrying about tempering my reaction to him. Can't we talk about this tomorrow? I'm drunk. I think I might hurl, and I really don't want to talk about this when I don't know what the hell I'm feeling or thinking, or right. It's all confusing enough without having to put it into words. Confusing isn't the right word for any of this, it doesn't even begin to describe it. None of this is fair. He seems so sure of himself and this entire situation, while I'm so I don't even know what I am right now, and I don't even really want to think about it. Is that so hard to understand? I just want some time to myself to think about what the hell I'm feeling, to try and grasp everything that's happened so quickly. That's all. It's not like I'm asking for something terribly difficult to give, is it? Is giving me time and space to think about the conflicting thoughts and emotions running through my head really that hard to do? If you want me to leave, I will, I promise you that. But I am sorry for this, Arianna. If I could have kept the bond from starting to form, I would have, but it is there and there is no stopping it now that it has started. I will leave. Perhaps once I get back you will feel more inclined to want to see me. You'll be back as soon as those guys that are after you are gone. There was really no need to say it aloud, because it was obvious from the look in his eyes. It bothered me that he was going to kill those men, but not because he was going to kill someone. It bothered me because I didn't want him to get hurt. How screwed up is that? I don't care that he's going to take someone's life, I only care that he could get hurt in the process. Yes, as soon as I have taken care of the hunters following me. I am sorry I got you involved in this, though. I wish there was some way to be sure you were safe while I am gone. So do I. I wish there were a way I could be sure he was safe so I wouldn't worry myself sick. Well then, why don't you stay with me? I don't understand it, but I don't want him to go off on his own looking for those guys, hunters, or whatever you want to call them, knowing there's a possibility he could get hurt or killed in the process. I don't like the thought of something happening to him. He smiles, grabs my hand, lifts it to his lips and kisses the back of it. Arianna, I wish I could, but they will only follow my trail. I am afraid I have not been as discreet as I should. The faster I get this taken care of, the faster I will know for certain you are safe, Arianna. I shake my head, shaking from head to toe from the emotion in his voice. It's too much, it's all just too much. How the hell am I supposed to react to this? There's been too many surprises in one day, way too many. I can deal with him being a werewolf. If I couldn't, I would have run when he first told me. Right? But I don't think I can handle the rest of this. I love that he cares about me, possibly more than I should, but I don't know how to handle how he makes me feel. I'm not a virgin, I've dated a few guys before, but none of them ever made me feel like this. Not to mention this fast. I've never fallen so quickly for a guy, and it's starting to scare me. I like him, maybe even something more, I'll admit to that. But I don't know how it could have happened so fast. Is it normal to fall so hard and so fast for someone you barely know? Arianna. Arianna, are you all right? Am I okay? Hell yeah, just freaking fantastic. Fine and freaking dandy. How the hell did I end up in this situation? I don't know you. This isn't normal, is it? I mean, literally 24 hours ago I found you on the back porch bleeding to death. First you tell me you're not even human, and now I find out I'm your mate. And buddy, don't even think you're done explaining that one. But I don't know how I'm supposed to react to all this. I should be scared of you, at least the tiniest bit, shouldn't I? For all I know you're planning on killing me or something. I don't know. He nods, cupping my cheek to force me to look him in the eye. I would never harm you, of that I give you my word. Arianna, you have every right to ask me to leave, I would not blame you if you did. It is my fault you are in this situation at all, but you have to know I will do everything in my power to keep you safe, even if you do not want me. One traitorous little tear slides down my cheek, and he brushes it away with his thumb. I don't even know why the hell I'm crying. Damn, I picked the worst time to get all emotional. I don't want you to leave, that's what bothers me. I don't know you, I shouldn't care so much. It scares me. You scare me. There, I said it, it's out. Well, some of it is, anyway. I do not mean to, love. The last thing I want is for you to be frightened of me, for any reason at all. If you want me to leave, I will. All you have to do is say the word. My hand latches onto his wrist when he moves to pull away, and I hiccup from the combination of alcohol and emotions. I don't want you to go, that's why I'm scared. Xavier, I was with my last boyfriend for 2 years and I never once felt like this. I mumble into the palm of his hand, smiling slightly at the low growl that comes from his chest. That has got to be the most amazing sound in the world. I barely know you, how can I care so much? That would be the bond, love. It started as soon as we met, and will only continue to grow stronger the longer we spend with one another. You may not realize it consciously, but your soul knows we belong together. I love you already, but for you it will grow. Oh dear God, what the hell am I supposed to say to that one? I blink back at him in shock, fighting to control the urge to run away from the promise in his eyes. Too much too soon. My head nods of its own volition, and he kisses my forehead before pulling back and turning towards the door. No, wait, please don't leave. Please stay with me. I don't know what I think about all of this, but I do know I've never felt like this with any of my ex-boyfriends. None of what they made me feel could even compare to this. And as frightening as it is, I like it. A lot. Please. Indecision flares in his eyes before he sighs, laying his forehead on mine. I will stay until you fall asleep. How is that? My fingers tangle in his hair and I nod, staring at his lips. God, is it wrong that I want him to kiss me? May I kiss you? A startled laugh leaves my mouth and I nod, knowing full well my dad is probably standing outside the door listening right now, and not really caring. He couldn't take this moment from me, no matter how badly he most likely wants to. He'd probably interrupt us in a minute, but I'd take what I could get before the reality of the situation dawns on me. Tomorrow I might end up freaking out about how fast everything is happening and everything else about this. But right now, as his mouth settles upon mine, I couldn't be bothered to care. A loud knock on my bedroom door brings me from the amazing dream back to reality, as my dad walks into the room carrying a cup of hot chocolate. I frown at the emptiness of the bed beside me. I'd been absolutely positive Xavier had been laying with me. He really meant it when he said he'd only stay until I fell asleep, didn't he? Where'd he go? Dad gives me a small smile as he sits at the edge of my bed, holding the coffee cup out for me to take. He left as soon as you'd started snoring. Can't say I blame him, though honey, you sound like a chainsaw, you know that. I do not snore. I've never snored a day in my life. Or I guess night would be the correct word to use there, wouldn't it? Ugh, whatever. Is he coming back? I need to reassurance, for whatever reason. I need to know he's coming back, no matter how much it bothers me. Dad nods, of course he'll be back, honey. You're his MURI important to him. He didn't want to leave in the first place, but apparently those hunters are getting too close to the house for his liking, so he went. He says like he can't figure out Xavier's motives at all, and it's really starting to bother him. At the moment though, I don't care. I've got a question I need answered. Dad, why did you tell Trevor and Duncan? I think I know the why of it already, but I need to hear it from him firsthand. I need to hear from my father his reasoning behind telling Xavier's secret to the biggest mouth in the town. You may trust him, but I don't. He'll keep you safe, I know that, but honey, you have to know that once he knows for sure you are, he's going to have to leave. I don't want you to end up with a broken heart because of this mess. I figured if someone else knew the truth, they'd be able to keep you from getting too attached. Arianna, don't make me watch that bastard hurt you. Dad, he won't. He won't hurt you physically, or intentionally, but Arianna, he'll have no choice but to leave. My lips part, the argument on my tongue. No, listen to me, Arianna. Even if he kills Christopher and his men, there will be others. Other hunters will come to find him, and I'll have no choice but to help them. You may think me a horrible person, but I'm in this too far to back out now. When they come, they'll start searching here. He knows that, and now you know it. He's going to leave. Are you going to leave with him when he does? Leave? With Xavier? Oh God, I wouldn't actually be forced to make the choice, would I? Arianna. Honey. I shake my head, hand him back the coffee cup and bury my head in the pillow. This is all just way too much, way too soon. Chapter 13. Worried sick. Waking up to the realization that I love a man I don't know isn't as quite as fun as you'd imagine it would be. Realizing that last night might have been my last night I see him, only makes me feel worse. And it doesn't help that Nessa and Eva choose that moment to barge into my bedroom demanding to know what the hell is going on with my new boy toy, as they put it. Worrying about Xavier as much as I am is confusing enough. I don't need the added pressure of lying to my best friends added to that mix. But what else can I do? It isn't like I can just tell the whole truth. They'd think I'd gone off my rocker completely. To be honest, I don't think I'd blame them, either. I feel like I'm off my rocker. I feel helpless, nothing I try to think about or do to get my mind off of that man works, and I'm sick and tired of trying. Lying to Nessa and Eva has never been my strong suit. I always crack under the pressure of their gazes. But this time it isn't my secret to tell. If Xavier wants them to know the truth, he can be the one to tell them. It's not my place to. Trying to come up with some reason why my dad would be apprehensive of him enough to tell Duncan and Trevor to watch him around me, though, is not as easy as I'd like it be. Lying to my two best friends, the ones who've been here for me through every dramatic act my father and brother pulled on one another, makes me feel sick inside. Postponing the inevitable, though, is such a waste of time. I'd managed to talk them into letting me shower, and shoved them out the door when my dad called up that he had breakfast done, or for them it would be lunch. It's noon on a Sunday, and I'm pretty sure I've got the world's worst hangover ever. So thinking of any lie I could tell them with my head feeling like it's splitting in two is useless. Despite my best efforts, as the hot water sprays down on me, I start worrying. What happens if he underestimated those men? What if there are more of them here than he originally thought? What if they catch him off guard and kill him? Why am I going insane worrying about him so much? He shouldn't matter so much to me, at least not so quickly. It makes me ill to think about all the things that could go wrong for him, and I hate it. I've never worried this much about one singular person before in my life. Not even Dad or Sean, and I don't understand it. How can he mean more to me than the only family I've got left? It makes no sense. And then there's the fact that I'm actually considering leaving with him if he has to go. How insane is that? Before I was worried sick about what it would be like to leave home and go to college, and now I'm considering leaving home for good with a man I don't really even know. The longest I've been away from home would be 2 weeks. And that was only because Eva talked me into visiting her grandma with her. It wasn't like I didn't think I'd never see my dad again, or never hear my brother's voice. If I leave with Xavier, there'd never really be any type of guarantee that I would be able to come back and visit. If you want to get technical about it, my dad is really the only family I've got left. I only see my brother on the rare occasion he can get out of work long enough to come down and visit, or if my dad would be gracious enough to let me go up and visit him. How am I to be expected to leave my comfort zone so quickly without even a promise that I'd be able to talk to my father over the phone? How can I be expected to stay here without Xavier after he's made me feel so much? Once I start drying off and dressing, my mind starts whirling with every thought of what could go wrong for Xavier, and I feel slightly sick. I don't want to think about him getting hurt in any way, but there's always the possibility that he could be hurt or killed. No matter how many times I tell myself he'll be okay, I can never get the depressing thoughts out of my head long enough to believe myself. He means too much to me now for me to lose him, but there's really nothing I could do to stop it if that happens. Mumbling to myself as I walk down the stairs, I feel stupid. How could I have fallen for him so quickly? Love at first sight isn't something I've ever experienced, and it sounds stupid to compare what I'm feeling now to that, but I don't know what else to think. Am I really supposed to believe I'm his mate? He's a werewolf, I've seen it with my own 2 eyes, but that doesn't mean the rest of what he said is true. Does it? Part of me wishes my mom was still here to help me make sense of what's going on between us. In this kind of situation, though, I doubt she would know how to help me. No one would, unless they understand firsthand exactly what is going on in my head, and finding someone that does isn't exactly at the top of my to-do list. Oh my God, these pancakes are so good. Hearing Eva gush over how good my dad's pancakes are is a rare occurrence, but at the moment it kinda makes me feel the slightest bit like things are normal around here again. She's been in love with my dad's cooking since we were little, so it's not really that odd. What is odd, though, is my dad making pancakes. He's hardly ever home enough to cook, and when he is it's usually only for holidays, or the rare occasion that I get in trouble in school. For all my life I've always made my own breakfast, unless Eva and Nessa were over and Dad was home to make them food. But half the time, he was never even here for me to say goodbye to in the mornings. Hey, sleepyhead. It's about time you dragged your ass out of the shower. Eva's eating all the pancakes. Nessa grins at me through a mouthful of food, belching loudly once she swallows it all down. For someone so prissy she eats like a starved truck driver, it's really not pretty to watch. I grimace at the cheeriness of her voice and rub my temples. Tone it down, would ya? My head is killing me. Killing may have not been the wisest word, because as soon as I say it an image of Xavier pops into my mind and my appetite goes flying out the window. That's what you get for drinking the way you did. I'm surprised you were even conscious when you got home this time. Dad snaps as he piles up another plate of pancakes and places it in the middle of the kitchen table. He's never been happy about my drinking every once in a while, but it's not like he's ever really done anything to stop me. I don't really see why it's such a big deal. It's not like I'm out all night every night downing every alcoholic beverage I can get my hands on. On the rare occasion that I do drink, Eva and Nessa make sure I don't do anything too stupid, and if I'm unable to get myself home safely they help me get there. Biting my tongue, I slump down in the kitchen chair, laying my forehead on the cool table. Dad's really got a point though, drinking may be fun, but the morning after is complete hell for my head. Have you heard anything? I ask, ignoring the puzzled looks on my best friends' faces. I'll figure out some bullshit lie to tell them later, or maybe I'll just see if Xavier won't tell them the truth himself when he gets back. If he gets back. No, but he's got a phone on him, so if he needs anything he'll call. The look on his face when he says it grates on my nerves, but I say nothing. Starting an argument now would only make Eva and Nessa even more curious. At my request, Dad gave Xavier a cell phone with his number programmed into it in case he needed any help. He wasn't happy about it, but before Xavier snuck out of my bed last night he gave it to him. I doubt he'd ever actually use it, though. All right, I'm sick and tired of being on the outs with this one. Duncan and Trevor know what's going on with you and that hotass you brought to the part last night, but you won't tell us. Your best friends. Arianna, honey, you either need to tell me what the hell is going on right now, or I'm so going to kick your ass. It's never a good idea of piss off Nessa, because when she's angry she has a habit of throwing things, particularly things that will leave a bruise if it hits you. My mind blanks, and when I shoot my dad a pleading look he only shrugs and walks out of the room whistling. See, even he knows to duck and cover when Nessa gets angry. I can't tell you, it's not my secret. I wish I could, I really do, but I can't. What happens if I'm not allowed to tell them and I do? What if I get them involved in this by telling them what Xavier is? I can't have them getting hurt because of this, it would kill me. Eva scowls and Nessa's face flushes red. You can't or you won't. Those are two different things, Ari. And I don't like either of them. You can tell us anything, you know that. We won't tell anyone anything, we never have. Have we? No, every secret I'd ever told them they'd kept, no matter what it was. And I'd done the same. I could never keep secrets from them, and keeping this one is driving me nuts, but it's not mine to tell. If Xavier wants them to know he can be the one to tell them, I won't do it. Then why can't you tell us? Ari, If it's someone else's secret and you get hurt because of it, we'll be devastated, you know that. Let us help you. If it's about Xavier, then tell us, maybe we can help you come to the conclusion that the two of you were made for one another before you drive yourself insane thinking it through. Eva smiles when I start to protest and pats my arm. It's obvious, the guy couldn't stop staring at you and I saw the looks he was shooting Trevor. Why are you sitting here bugging out about it when the way you two feel is obvious? Because he's not human. My whispered words shock all three of us, but for entirely different reasons. I hadn't meant to say them, and from the looks on their faces, they hadn't expected to hear them. They probably think I'm even more insane than they did before now. As if on cue with my thoughts, Nessa starts laughing, leaning so far sideways in her chair that she falls off, cracking her head on the corner of the table as she goes. Oh! She rubs the side of her head, sending the table dirty looks as Eva and I try to cover up our laughter. Eva sighs, wiping a tear from her eye. He's not human. Are you sure? He looked human enough to me, but of course he could be missing some things. She gets a thoughtful look on her face as she thinks, and I scowl. It's on the tip of my tongue to tell her that he's very well endowed, because I know very well what she's thinking about, but that would only spike her curiosity even more. The girl may be a genius, but she's incredibly obsessed with the opposite sex. Nessa nods in agreement, still rubbing her head. Yeah, I mean he might have a height advantage on you, but he still looked human. What's wrong with him? Third nipple. No belly button. Or are his problems further on south? You know, I'm sure he could get whatever is wrong fixed. There's nothing wrong with his body. It's perfect, he's perfect. Too perfect for me. It's just he's a werewolf. Wow, way to keep a secret, Arianna. A werewolf. Eva arches a perfectly arched eyebrow at me and smiles. Honey, does Sean finally have you hooked on those movies, now too? You know that stuff's not real, right? It's all CGI, werewolves and vampires do not exist. If they don't exist, then what did I see yesterday? Eva, I'm serious. He showed me, 1 minute he was standing in front of me, but as naked, and the next he was a wolf. Nessa snorts out another laugh, clutching her stomach as she rolls into the leg of the table. Damn, this table really hurts. She scowls darkly at Eva and I when we laugh and stomps out of the room. Poor Nessa, we always end up laughing at her. Ari, there's no such thing as werewolves. If there were, don't you think the world would know? She sighs when I shake my head, giving me a stern look. Look, when your guy gets back, if he can prove that he's a werewolf, I'll buy it, but not until then. This is just too much to believe without concrete proof. It's the best she'll give and we both know it. But concrete proof? How do I give her concrete proof when Xavier might not even be coming back? I nod slowly and watch as Nessa stomps back into the kitchen, grabs a plate of pancakes from the tab and stomps back out. I think she's mad. Eva rolls her eyes, giving me a look and grabs my arm to pull me out of the room. So wait, you're saying you found him on the back porch in all his naked glory, and you didn't take pictures? I'm so disappointed in you, Ari. Nessa shakes her head sadly at me and I roll my eyes. Have we taught you nothing? Apparently not. I mumble distractedly, watching the trees sway back and forth outside my bedroom window. It was getting dark now. We'd spent the entire afternoon talking about Xavier. In the end I'd caved and told them everything, even though I know I probably shouldn't have. The entire time I hadn't been able to stop worrying, despite their efforts to distract me. My mind was set on one thing, and one thing only. Arianna, he's fine. I'm sure he'll be back soon, then we'll leave and the two of you can have the house to yourself once your dad leaves as well. Dad's boss had called earlier and apparently he hadn't heard from the men that were supposed to find and kill Xavier, so Dad was supposed to go out and look for them after dark. So I guess that's a good thing, right? Your guy will be fine. Eva pats my knee, flipping through one of the magazines that had been long forgotten under my bed. Eva didn't completely believe in what I'd said, but she trusted me enough to know I wouldn't lie to her, so she said she was keeping an open mind about it. Yeah, I wish I could believe he's all right. I want nothing more than to believe he's fine, but I can't. She doesn't know for sure, she can't, and neither can I. I'm driving myself insane thinking about him, and Nessa doesn't really help when she keeps going on and on about how fine Xavier looked at the party. Is it normal for a person to be jealous over something so innocent as that? Because I am. He's mine, he said he was mine, and I don't like it that Nessa was checking his ass out. Honestly, I feel like kicking her ass for even daring to think about him like that, but I don't understand it. Nessa's innocent, hell she's still a virgin, and if what Xavier had said was true then there is no competition. So why do I care so much that she's thinking about his ass? I mean, he's got a fine ass, any girl would like to stare at it, but I hate that others can. Does that make sense? Oh my freaking god, Eva, come look at this. There's a freaking wolf in the backyard. Eva's eyes go wide and she rushes to join Nessa at the window while I move towards my bedroom door. It's huge, do you see this? It should have been funny, the looks on their faces should have had me cracking up at any other time they probably would have. But right now I'm too focused on seeing Xavier for myself that I can't be bothered to care if their eyes bulge out of their heads from shock. Right now it just doesn't matter that much to me. Arianna, why are there 2 wolves in your backyard? 2. Did she just say 2? Why would there be 2 wolves? Unless Xavier brought an actual wolf, or a friend with him, but didn't he say that all of his loved ones had been killed? Before I know it, Nessa and Eva rush out my bedroom door and down the hall, leaving me to watch as they run down the stairs in shock. Aren't you supposed to stay inside if there are wild animals in your backyard? Or at least stay away from them and not run right out to see them? If I didn't think it was Xavier, then I wouldn't be going outside. Come on, Arianna. Now would be the time to explain that shit you were telling us earlier. I sigh, shake my head and follow them to the back door, where they both still and watch as one of the black wolves collapses, the body shifting back to the human form of Xavier. Holy shit, you weren't joking. Eva breathes out in astonishment as I push past them and run down the steps, heart hammering in my chest. There's blood covering his chest, looking 2 times worse than when I'd originally found him. The wolf beside him growls when I kneel beside him, but I pay it no attention and run my hands over Xavier, looking for the source of the blood. He's healed by now, the stupid fool ran himself into exhaustion. He needs to rest and he should be fine, but that bullet's going to need to come out once he regains consciousness. I stare up at the black-haired man beside me in shock. If their hair color was the same, he and Xavier could have been twins. Who are you? Xander, I'm assuming you're Arianna. I nod and he loses the sneer on his face, a kind smile taking its place. Well then, welcome to the family, little sister. Chapter 14, Damage Control. He said his family was dead. Watching this Xander guy carry an unconscious Xavier up the stairs to the guest bedroom is extremely unnerving. It's obvious Xavier isn't light, so the fact that he can carry his limp body up the flight of stairs without even breaking a sweat is slightly scary. And there's also the fact that he's claiming to be Xavier's brother. Something about this entire situation just does not sit right with me. Xander nodded and grabbed the washcloth from the bin of hot water he'd asked Eva to get for him, pressing 2 fingers against Xavier's lower abdomen. Most of our family is dead. I managed to escape when they set the main house on fire. By then they'd already chased Xavier away from the house, and I barely had the strength to walk, so I hunkered down in an abandoned hut. And you didn't think to try and find your brother sooner? I snapped, ignoring the blood seeping from the cut on Xavier's abdomen. If I think about it, I'm going to hurl. I could barely drag myself out of that forest. How would I have been able to find my brother without severely harming myself in the process? It may sound selfish to you, but I would have been unable to help him in any way if I had gone after him. By the time I was able to stand without needing a tree to hold myself up, I couldn't find his scent. Oh, what else am I supposed to say to him? It isn't like I'm an expert on situations like this. What are you doing? Xander pulls a knife from his boot, digging it into Xavier's stomach, making the blood run faster. Exactly what the hell did he think he was doing? Xander doesn't look up at me, doesn't pause in what he's doing until I grab his hand and stop his movements. The bullet has to come out, otherwise it'll cause internal bleeding the next time he shifts. It most likely won't kill him, but I don't want to take the chance, do you? Did I want to take the chance of Xavier dying when it could be prevented? Hell no. But there's gotta be a better way to do this. Shouldn't we take him to the hospital then? That's what we should be doing, rather than cutting Xavier open on my bed. We should be taking him to the hospital where doctors professionals can get the bullet out of him. Not some guy claiming to be Xavier's brother. Xavier shoots me an exasperated look, like he was discussing something with a child. And how do you plan on explaining how he heals so quickly? Or the differences in his DNA? Better yet, how are you going to explain how he got shot in the first place? I doubt they'll believe the truth. So, maybe he has a point, but that doesn't mean I like this. Xavier should be in a hospital, where people who know what they are doing can help him. Because I sure as hell won't be able to help in any way. I feel like I'm going to pass out already. Well, don't you guys have your own hospital or something? I swallow at the sight of the blood flowing from the cut on Xavier's stomach, my grip on Xander's wrist tightening. They should have their own hospital, or doctor if they can't go to a regular hospital. Right? The only doctor we had anywhere near here is dead. Now are you going to sit down before you pass out, or am I going to have to catch you? She'll sit down, won't you, Ari? Eva grabs my arm, when I shake my head, and half drags me to the window seat. Calm down, keep your ass in this seat. He'll be fine and then you can explain this shit to me once more. Explain it to her. Did she not understand what was going on? And how the hell am I supposed to explain anything to her when I'm not even sure what's going on myself? I mean, I get why the bullet has to come out I think, and I get that we can't take Xavier to a normal hospital. But surely, there's a better solution than this, there just has to be. Because I don't know if I can sit here and watch this without my breakfast coming back up. Does anyone else know about us? Other than your friends and your father? Xander scowls at me, sighing in relief when I shake my head no. Good, we don't need the added attention right now. He continues on with what he was doing and I squeeze my eyes shut tightly, gripping Eva's hand for dear life, when Xavier starts groaning in pain. Why do we have to do this in my bedroom again? There was a specific reason, wasn't there? Oh God, I think I'm going to puke. The darkness takes over my mind before any other thought can take place in my head. Calloused fingertips brush the stray hair back from my face and I groan, turning my face into the warm, male chest at my side. The arm around my waist tightens its grip. A kiss is placed at the top of my head, and the last remnants of sleep are wiped from my slightly drowsy mind. My eyes open slowly, begrudgingly, and I frown at the male chest before me. How had I ended up in the bed? And how the hell had I ended up wrapped around Xavier like a blanket? How are you feeling? I look up to see him frown worriedly down at me. Are you? He was asking me if I was all right. Why? I wasn't the one that had been shot. I'd only passed out at the sight and sound of his pain. It isn't like it's a fatal reaction, is it? I am fine, but you have not answered me. He smiles down at me gently, cupping my cheek. I'm fine. But, how can you heal so quickly? I look over at the alarm clock on my bedside table and frown. It had only been a couple of hours since Xander, evidently, cut the bullet out of him, but he seems like he's in no pain at all. How is that normal? How is it even possible? He should be in some kind of pain after having a bullet dug out of his stomach, shouldn't he? I mean really, no pain at all. Nothing. It just can't be. It is a werewolf trait, little one. A kind of tense silence falls about the room following his statement, and he starts rubbing small soothing circles on my back, pausing slightly when I shiver and snuggle closer to his natural warmth. For him to be warm all the time the way he is, it had to be normal. I told Eva and Nessa the truth. His hand stills on my back and I hold my breath, waiting for his reaction. Would he be angry with me for telling them? Would he tell me I shouldn't have? That it was wrong of me? Because I already know I shouldn't have. It's not like I actually meant to blurt it out, but lying to them was just not an option. It never had been. I couldn't lie to them, they are my best friends. I know it wasn't my secret to tell and I probably shouldn't have, but I can't keep secrets from them. I never could. They knew how to get me to spill my guts with one look and vice versa. We've told one another everything since we were little, and lying to them now about something so important in my life just seems so wrong. It is fine, sweetheart. I never expected you to lie to them. I would have never asked you to. So long as they do not tell anyone about what we are, everything will be fine. He smiles at me again, his thumb running back and forth across my bottom lip. Thank you. My eyes stay locked on his lips and my own start tingling, but a thought occurs to me before I can act on the impulse to kiss him silly. Is Xander really your brother? It seemed unlikely that he wasn't given how much alike they look, but there's really no way to be sure without Xavier saying so himself. Yes, he is. If I had known he had survived the attack, I would have gone looking for him sooner. It is a wonder he survived at all. His lips quirk, amusement filling his eyes. She is awake now, you can come in. Eva and Nessa stumble through my bedroom door, giggling uncontrollably when Xander follows in after them, blushing. They stop at the end of my bed, watching Xavier curiously until he speaks. You can ask me whatever you wish. I will be as honest as I can. Damn, I really wish he hadn't said that. After 3 hours of Eva and Nessa interrogating Xavier extensively on being a werewolf, they finally go home, leaving with the warning that if I'm not in school tomorrow then they are going to kick my ass, and Xavier, thinking they were serious, had glowered at them until they walked out the front door. Xavier frowns around the empty living room, scowling towards the kitchen door when a pan hits the floor, loudly. Xander had only been in the kitchen for maybe 5 minutes, he couldn't have made too much of a mess, could he? Where is your father? Doing damage control. Those were Dad's words, not mine. He'd left the house sluggishly after watching Xander haul Xavier up the stairs to my room, saying that if he didn't join the hunters looking for Xavier, the other hunters he'd killed, then his boss would end up coming here. I don't think any of us want that to happen. I walk into the kitchen with Xavier, freeze at the sight of the mess his brother had managed to make, fake a yawn, turn and walk out of the room. He made the mess, he could clean it up himself. Because I sure as hell wasn't. No way, no how. Have fun, boys. Chapter 15. Promise me, will you be here when I get home? I ask, frowning at Xavier through the mirror. I just can't imagine why he would be, and it's taken me all of an hour to work up my courage to ask the question that's been bothering me since I woke up. In every scenario I've run in my mind, I never like his answer. Of course I will be. He says it like it was obvious that he's going nowhere, at least for now. But how was I supposed to know it was obvious? Hell, at the moment I'm not even sure if I can believe him. Why would he be here when I get home? Why would he want to be here? Everyone else seems to be bailing on me. Right, okay. I go back to brushing my teeth, ignoring the way he watches me and the butterflies the look on his face causes in my stomach. It's not fair that he can have me so nervous when my mind is running a mile a minute. But with the way things are going, I'll come home, and he'll have disappeared like he was never here to begin with. I can't believe it, but I honestly think I'd rather him leave now while I'm here rather than have him sneak off after I'm gone. Something is bothering you. What is it? His arms wrap around my waist from behind, one hand settling on my hip, and the other gently pulling my toothbrush from my mouth. Arianna. Nothing's wrong, I'm fine. That has got to be the biggest lie I've ever told in my life. I'm not fine, I'm going crazy. Or maybe, I already was, and that's why no one sticks around me for very long. Hell, my mother bailed on me when I was only a baby, so there must be something wrong with me. You are lying to me. Why? What is bothering you? What's bothering me? Everything. I feel like I'm losing my damned mind. Everything that's been happening is just way too much, and I don't know how to handle it. I don't know how I'm supposed to handle it, or even if I want to. Arianna. You can talk to me. My dad's not back. He's been gone all night without so much as a phone call, and I've got a very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. He'd said he wouldn't be gone long, he'd promised before he left, that everything would be all right. But I don't think it is. Something just doesn't feel right, and I have no idea why. Your father will be fine. They have no reason to suspect he would be aiding my brother and I. Nothing is going to happen to him. He will be back soon. He sounded so sincere that I wanted to believe him, I truly did. But nothing I did could halt this sense of dread from washing over me. I couldn't stop thinking that something just wasn't right about this. Right, you're right. I'm worrying for nothing. Trying to convince myself of that did not work, no matter how hard I tried. Either something terrible is going to happen sometime soon, or I just didn't get enough sleep last night. I am right, and if you do not hurry, you are going to be late. And that's all I don't need, to be late for school and have the principal call here, again. Although, it could be very amusing to see how the old fart would react if Xavier answered the phone. That would be so worth the detention I'd get. Get going. He smacks my ass lightly, making me yelp in surprise. You sound like my dad. And I so do not like that similarity. It's taken me 18 years to get used to my dad's bossy attitude, but if Xavier is as bossy as I'm beginning to think he is, then I'm so out of here. His lips kick up into a grin as he shakes his head against my shoulder. I apologize, but your father may have a point if you are always this slow in the mornings. He nips my shoulder when I go to argue back at him, and I slap his arm, squirming out of his grasp to stomp out of my room. I am not slow in the mornings. I just don't see the point in hurrying to get to a place I don't want to be. It's not my fault that I've got a very realistic aversion to the place. It's more like a freaking prison than a school. His laughter follows me down the stairs, and no matter how hard I try, I can't keep the grin from my lips. I love joking around with him. His laughter makes me feel all giddy inside. I love how he holds me at night, how the simplicity of him only holding my hand can have butterflies fluttering around in my stomach. I love the feelings I get when he's around. And I'm seriously beginning to think I might be falling in love with him, if I haven't already. And the thought is troubling. I shouldn't be falling for him, at least not so soon. 2 days, it's only taken 2 days for me to love every single thing I've seen about him so far. How can that be? How can he mean so much to me after such a short amount of time? It just doesn't seem like it should be possible. Not this fast. I've never seen him smile so much. I jump at the sound of Xander's voice, frowning back at him in confusion. He nods towards the stairs, eyes watching me somberly. I'm afraid my brother hasn't had much to be happy about in life. He's had a permanent frown on his face ever since I can remember. But you make him happy. It's really good to see him happy. I just wonder if you realize just how much you mean to him. He said I'm his mate. Actually, he'd said that he loved me, whispered it in my ear last night, when I was falling asleep, but I just don't want to tell Xander that. It feels almost too personal to be discussing with Xavier's brother. Xander nods, crossing his arms over his chest as he leans one shoulder against the wall. I figured as much when he got scared shitless because you fainted last night. He said you were important when he found me yesterday. I just didn't know how important. I'm going to be late if I don't get going now. This conversation is making me feel off balance. Like I may mean more to Xavier than he's letting on, and I don't like it. I'm still trying to deal with the knowledge that I might be in love with him. He would die if anything happened to you. If you were to be killed, Arianna, my brother would live the rest of his life in hell. If he didn't follow you into the hereafter first. I pause in the hall at his words, sucking in a shocked breath. What was he getting at? Was he trying to say Xavier would kill himself? He's got to be just being dramatic, right? You are his mate, his everything. His life. If you were to die, I'm afraid, he would do everything in his power to follow you. Xander. That's enough. Xavier's voice is more growl than anything else, as he reaches the bottom of the stairs, wrapping me in his arms. Leave us for a moment, brother. Xander walks past us slowly, returning Xavier's glare with one of his own, slamming the front door on his way out. Even if something were to happen to me all of a sudden, Xavier would have no reason to do something drastic. The very thought of him, God, it makes me sick. Why would Xander say something like that? Xavier, what he said. You wouldn't actually do anything like that, would you? He doesn't answer me, and his arms tighten around me when I try to turn around and face him. Xavier. He wouldn't, he couldn't. Now is not the time to discuss this, Arianna. His voice was devoid of all emotion, his body tensing when I try to jerk away. He could not be serious right now. Let me go. Now? He releases me slowly, reluctantly, refusing to meet my eyes. Was he telling the truth? Xavier, if something were to happen to me, would you? He sighs, running a hand through his hair. Arianna, I do not think you realize just how much you mean to me. I would not be able to live properly without you now that I have found you. So yes, Xander was telling the truth. And he sounded like he was very upset about the fact that his brother had said anything about it. Shit. You can't do that. For God's sake, tell me you won't. If anything happens to me, promise me you won't. He had to say it because otherwise I'd never stop thinking about it, picturing it in my mind. He can't just stand there and say that like it was nothing important. He can't. His eyes narrow, jaw tightening. Do not make me lie to you. Arianna, I turn and walk towards the door, but he catches me before I can open the door. Why? Why? He wants to know why. What, is he dense? Why? Because I said so. It had sounded like a damn good reason in my head, but as soon as I'd said it aloud it just sounded stupid. His smile is all teeth, his blue eyes darkening dangerously. I am afraid, little one, that is not a good enough reason. Why? Why was he doing this? Was it really so hard to just say what I wanted him to? Xavier, please. Promise me. He had to, or I'd lose my mind worrying about it. Why? He cocks his head to the side, watching me curiously. Why do you want me to? God, there were so many reasons why, too many to count. But quite possibly the most important one I blurt out before I've thought it through. Because I love you. My eyes go wide as soon as the words are out of my mouth and I clap a hand over my lips. I didn't really say that out loud, did I? A breathtaking smile curls his lips a moment before he lifts me against his chest, forcing my legs to wrap around his waist. His lips slant over mine and I lose myself in his kiss, and any thoughts other than how I never want to let him go are wiped from my mind. Say it again. He growls, stringing nipping kisses down the column of my throat. I shake my head, fighting to control the moans building in my chest. Xander might not be able to see us, but I seriously doubt he's far enough away to not hear us. Promise me. My hands tangle in his hair, tugging on the strands when he groans against my skin. Wait, didn't I have somewhere I was supposed to go? I promise, and I love you more than you know. But you really need to get to school. School? Ha, that's where I'm supposed to be going. Damn. Come on. He sets me back on my feet, grabs my hand and walks me to the door. Xander's head snaps towards us as soon as we step out onto the porch, a wide grin on his face. Told you it would work, didn't I? They played me and I can't even find it in me to be angry. I should be a little upset, right? I mean, they tricked me into admitting that I love Xavier. Shouldn't I be at least a little pissed off? At least at Xander, since it was his idea in the first place. Hey Ari, what's with the dopey grin? Ooh, did you get laid after we left last night? Eva asks, bumping hips with me as she stops at her locker. Which happens to be right beside mine. Not everything revolves around sex, Eva. Not that I would have minded if she had been right, though I have a feeling my smile would be a bit goofier if that had been what had happened when she and Nessa left last night. But you're thinking about it, aren't you? See, you can call me a whore all you want, but you think about it just as much as I do. Her expression suddenly becomes serious as she looks around the hall, making sure no one's within hearing distance. How's your guy? He's fine. Good enough to trick me into admitting my feelings for him, but I'm still too embarrassed about it to tell Eva just yet. She nods, swallowing nervously. And his brother? Eva picks at her sweater, refusing to look anywhere other than the ground. You mean Xander? He's fine, why do you ask? It wouldn't surprise me if Eva was interested in him, he's definitely good-looking, there's no denying that. Eva clears her throat loudly, scowling at something or someone over my shoulder. Well, look what the cat drug in. You know, I don't think I've ever seen you on school property on a Monday morning before, Duncan. Yeah, well Trevor wouldn't stop whining so I had to come to get him to shut his trap. Duncan slings an arm over Eva's shoulder, kissing her cheek. How are my two lovely ladies this fine morning? We're fine, Duncan. If you'll excuse me, I need to get to class. I'm not ready to deal with Trevor just yet. Or to have him ruin my good mood, because that's exactly what a conversation with him would be right now. I want to savor this giddiness for as long as I can. Arianna, can we talk? Please. Trevor catches my arm, pulling me to a stop in front of my homeroom door. Look, I know you don't want to talk to me, really I do. But I have to say this, okay? Can you give me 5 minutes? His eyes plead with me and I am silently cursing myself as I nod. 5 minutes, Trevor, and that's it. He smiles gratefully down at me, grabs my hand and pulls me out the side doors to the parking lot. Thank you. I know I was drunk the other night, but I meant what I said. I love you, Ari, I have for a while now. And there goes my happy mood. How does he always know what to say to ruin my day? Trevor. No, listen, please, and then I'll go away, I swear. I know you love Xavier, but I need you to know that I'm here for you, no matter what. You just want to be friends, then that's what I'll be. If you never want to see me again, I'll go away. Whatever you want. I suck in a shaky breath, as his words sink in, shaking my head at the sincerity in his voice. Why me? Why couldn't he have decided he was in love with someone else and not me? And how does he even know what he's feeling isn't just lust? How can he be sure it's actually love? Trevor, you don't love me. What you need to do is get yourself a girlfriend, or something and you'll see what. Arianna, I've tried dating other girls and it doesn't work. I can handle the rejection, but don't you stand there and tell me how I feel. That's all I'm asking of you. Trevor, I don't feel that way about you, I'm sorry, but I don't know what you want me to say. I don't want to lose his friendship, I really don't, but I don't know what to do. If he's really and truly in love with me, like he says, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. He smiles sadly and then his expression goes blank. Run. I frown up at him, trying to turn and look around us, but he grabs my arm, hard. Trevor, what the hell is wrong with you? Let go of me. You know, son, one of these days you're doing to make an excellent hunter, there's just one thing you need to work on. Pain erupts in the back of my head, and the last thing I remember hearing when everything goes black is Trevor calling my name. If you enjoy these supernatural secrets, don't forget to subscribe to us, more exciting content is about to be revealed. In a world filled with tension and uncertainty, Arianna finds herself caught in a struggle involving supernatural forces. Her boyfriend Xavier is a werewolf, and she herself is drawn into the conflict between werewolves and hunters. But when Xavier's brother Xander appears, claiming they have a plan, can Arianna trust them? Will Xander's plan really allow them to escape danger? Want more werewolf stories? Subscribe to us and become a part of this mysterious world. Chapter 16 Taken. Never in my wildest dreams would I have imagined being kidnapped. Because it's just so. Klitsch. It makes my life seem like it's one of those sappy, overdramatic love stories you find in a book or watch on the television. My life is not some overdramatic story, it's reality, and I can't believe that Trevor of all people had anything to do with this. But it seems like he played a major role in it. Trevor's always been a sweetheart to everybody. He's always been the one person everyone felt they could tell their deepest, darkest secrets to. I never once would have thought Trevor would have done anything to hurt anyone, least of all someone he's claiming to be in love with. Apparently I was wrong, though. If anyone, I could have imagined Duncan doing something like this, but never Trevor. And then there's Xavier. Because there is absolutely, positively no doubt in my mind that whoever has decided to kidnap me is doing it to get to Xavier. For whatever reason. Because really, why else would they? I know I can be a bitch to people, but I try not to piss anyone off too badly. I don't think I've ever angered anyone enough to make them want to kidnap me to get revenge. But hell, who knows anymore? For all I know, my dad could be behind all of this. My biggest concern right now, though, is what exactly they think kidnapping me will get them, either way. If they did in fact do this to get to Xavier, what do they think will come of it? I don't see him as the type to take the bait, no matter what it is. But, what Xander and Xavier told me this morning has me wondering if he won't do something drastic to get to me, and I don't like the thought. I don't want him getting hurt because of me, I really don't. Arianna. My God, Trevor, what did they do to her? My eyes squeeze shut tighter at the sound of Nessa's high-pitched voice and I groan at the pain in my head. Wait a minute, what the hell would Nessa be doing here? Wherever here even is. Arianna. Are you awake? No, I'm dead. Now go away. I grimace at the dryness of my mouth, suddenly wondering just how long I was out and why I can't seem to move my arms or legs. And why would you ask someone if they are awake if you think they are not? Because if they are asleep, it's not like they are going to give you an answer. Why am I even thinking about this now? Hun, I hate to break it to you. But if you're talking to me, you're not dead. And I suggest you decided to wake up before but face comes back. But face? Nessa's only called one person, but face, and that person scares the hell out of me. Nessa, that's my father you're talking about. Trevor sighs from somewhere in the room or wherever the hell we are, and I roll my eyes. Who cares if it's his father she's talking about? All I care about right now is getting out of here and going home. So, your dad kidnapped us, Trevor. And it's not my fault he looks like a complete ass. Besides, do you honestly think I wanted to wake up and see that in my face? I am going to have nightmares now because of him. Will you two just shut the hell up? What does it matter if Trevor's dad looks like an ass? I open my eyes and blink against the darkness of the room, tugging at the rope holding my wrists behind my back. Because, the asshole hit me on the head, and when I woke up bam. There it was. I could have gone without seeing that man again my entire life, and I would have died a happy girl. But no. Nessa falls silent as a door opens in the corner, and light suddenly floods the room. Oh thank God, sunlight. I thought I'd gone blind. She huffs, leaning forward as far as her bindings will let her when the door slams shut again. I wish they'd make up their damn minds and stop teasing me. Teasing you? Nessa, we are tied up in a room in God only knows where, and you're upset about them teasing you with light. Believe it or not, it doesn't surprise me. Nessa's always been afraid of the dark, so it's not that shocking that she's pouting about there being no light. Oh, shut up. And I happen to know where we are, thank you. She says nothing else, the only sound in the room is of all three of our breathing until I can't take it anymore. Well, where are we? If Nessa knows where we are, we aren't that far from her house, because the farthest she's ever gone is to Trevor and Duncan's house on the other side of town from where she lives. So that's a good thing, right? Geez, you don't have to holler. We are at Trevor's, aren't we, but Faceman's son. If it were a different time and situation completely, I would have found her nickname funny, but now it's just annoying me. What the hell did it matter what the guy looked like? Yes, we are in the basement. I glower towards the sound of his voice, wishing the lights were on so he could see me. Glaring at someone just seems pointless when they can't see it to appreciate it. I have a question. Who hit me? It felt like I got hit in the head with a baseball bat, and I really wanted to know who did so I knew who to hit later on. My dad. He thinks that by keeping you here he draw out your boyfriend. Even your dad said it wouldn't work, but Dad just doesn't believe him. Wait, my dad is here. My dad is helping them. What the hell? Has the man never heard of family loyalty? Perfect, my own father's in on this. Why I believed a word Trevor said I don't know, but I just couldn't bring myself to not believe him. What would he get out of lying to me? Because once I get out of here I'm kicking his ass either way. The ass could have warned me about what was going on, but he just kept it to himself and let his father kidnap me. Lying to me about my father wouldn't get him anywhere now. I don't know. Wait, you believe me? He sounds so shocked that I smile and then scowl at myself for it. Why do I believe him? Even though I don't think he'd have a reason to lie to me, doesn't he really have any reason to tell me the truth either? I shouldn't be listening to anything he says, until I can tell for myself whether or not he's lying. Of course she doesn't, bozo. Your father rattled her brain, that's it. Moron. You don't believe him, do you? Ari, you can't honestly believe your father would have something to do with this. You don't, do you? Well now, let's look at the facts here. My father hates Xavier, no matter how much he may try to convince me otherwise. When he first found out Xavier was even at the house, he said I should have let him die. So would it really be that surprising if my father did indeed have a hand in this? I can't honestly say it would surprise me. I don't know. My head is too jumbled to process any of this right now. It feels more like this is all just a really bad dream, and nothing more when I know it's not. This really and truly sounds like something my father would do. The door opens again, only this time 2 men wearing black masks walk in. The taller of the 2 walks over to me, pausing right in front of me. She the one. At the other man's nod he grabs my arm, tossing me over his shoulder, as he turns to walk out of the basement. Don't see what all the fuss is about, but whatever. Why the hell does his voice sound so familiar? He doesn't see what all the fuss is about. What the hell? If you don't see what all the fuss is about, then put me down. I shout, hitting wherever I can reach, which seems to be only the guy's ass. Come on, I won't tell anybody. He chuckles lowly, starting up a flight of stairs, making me bounce on his should with every step. Oh, I think I might hurl. Sorry, cupcake. Boss said to bring the girl upstairs, so I bring the girl upstairs. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. Is he serious right now? If this isn't personal, then what is it? How can I not? You're trying to use me to get to Xavier, it's all personal. Dumbass. I squeak as he sets me on my feet, cringing away from his hand when he grabs my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. Pissing me off will not get you anywhere, little girl. I'd be watching what I say, if I were you. The blue eyes staring back at me from behind the mask has my eyes narrowing in anger. What the hell are you doing here? I hiss at him under my breath, blinking at the man behind him that just stops and watches like nothing was going on. Like it was a normal occurrence, when it was anything but. At least, I didn't think it was a normal occurrence. Xander bats him blue eyes back at me innocently, tilting his head to the side. Well, see, my brother wanted me watch you at school today, just to make sure nothing happened to you. And it's a good thing I listened too, otherwise Marcos and I never would have never known you were taken. Xavier's not here, is he? If he was here then they'd get what they wanted. He couldn't be here. Not here per se, but he is close by. You didn't really think he wouldn't have prepared for something like this, did you? Did it even really matter what I thought about anything at this point? Things were just happening too fast and all so confusing that I'm not sure what I think, right now. He can't be, Xander, they only did this to get to what the hell do you think you're doing? Get the girl in here, and get your sorry asses back to the basement before I rethink our contract. Trevor's father glares at Xander and his friend, pointing to the door he'd just walked out of. Forgive me, little girl. Xander picks me back up, throws me over his shoulder and carries me through the doorway, setting me down in a chair. He leans down, close to my ear, speaking so lowly that I'm sure no one else heard what he was saying. Behave, we've got a plan, just try not to piss them off too much, eh? No promises. I whisper back, fighting not to smile as he shakes his head at me, walking slowly out of the room, leaving me alone with Trevor's father and my own. Someone care to explain to me what the hell is going on? You mean you haven't figured it out? And here your father was so certain you were a smart little girl. He sighs sadly, picking up my cell phone from the desk beside him, holding it out to me slowly. Call you boyfriend. Chapter 17. Going home. My head is killing me when I wake up again, aching worse than a bad toothache. The world tilts on its axis when I try to push myself up from the chair, my stomach lurches, and I sink back down into my seat. Momentarily dazed from the nausea swirling through me, I don't notice at first Nessa's unconscious body laying on the floor at my feet. That is, I don't notice her until my foot catches on her stomach and I fall face first onto the floor over top her. Nessa. My voice sounds husky to my own ears, my throat dry and itchy from the lack of anything to drink. From where I am in the room the sky is pitch black out the window, clouds hiding the moon from lighting the shadows. What the hell happened? Last thing I remember was asking Trevor's father and my own why exactly they wanted Xavier, and everything after that is blank. Something must have happened for my head to be pounding the way it is. They must have done something to Nessa, and God only knows where Trevor is at the moment. Nessa, wake up. I shake her shoulder, reveling in the drawn-out groan she emits as she rolls over onto her back. Thank God. At least this way I know she's still alive, but it doesn't tell me what happened, or how we both ended up unconscious in the same room, when I'm pretty sure she was still in the basement. What happened? She groans loudly, again, blinking bleary eyes up at me. My head is killing me. Ari. Where's Trevor? I don't know. Do you know how you got up here? Staring around a pitch-black room looking for anything out of place really isn't as easy as they make it look in the movies. In fact, it's almost entirely impossible. The only thing I can make out is the odd shapes of, what I'm going to assume, is the furniture around us. For all I know, we are not even in the same house anymore. We could be halfway across the country by now, and Nessa and I would have no idea, because we'd been out cold. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with these people? What kind of person kidnaps a guy's girlfriend, if that's even what I am to Xavier, just because the guy's not human? What kind of father lets some maniac kidnap his daughter? It's so ridiculous. This is something Nessa, Eva, and I would be laughing about if it were in some stupid horror movie. Do I look like I know how I got up here? And where is here anyway? Nessa sits up, pushing my hand off her shoulder roughly. The least they could do is turn on the damn lights. Grumbling under her breath about how inconsiderate our kidnappers were, she stumbled around me in a circle, before tripping over the chair behind me. Nessa, you're going to kill yourself doing this. Sit down. If I didn't know any better, I'd swear she flipped me off, but it's so damn dark that I could be imagining things. Did you just flip me off? Why was it even that big of a deal? Maybe, but how would you know when it's so damn dark in here? She shouts the last part at the top of her lungs, blindly stumbling to find her way to the door. Or I think she was trying to make it to the door. Hello? Is anybody there? What the hell am I thinking? Of course there's someone there. You're just too big a coward to answer me. Nessa. If they are too much of a coward to answer you, then yelling isn't going to change anything. The only thing her yelling was doing was making my head hurt worse. It already felt like it was splitting in half. Did she really have to make it worse? Well, what do you suggest I do, huh? Sit there and wonder what they are planning on doing with us? Arianna, your father is in on this. How can you sit there so calmly when your father is trying to kill your boyfriend? Calm isn't exactly the word I would use, Ness. And secondly, we already know what they are going to do with us. Well, me. They are not gonna hurt us. They want to use me to get to Xavier. They can't do that if they hurt any of us. Hurting Nessa or Trevor would only make me less cooperative. They had to know that. They also had to know that I wouldn't call Xavier to get himself killed just to save my own ass. So what was the point? Trevor's father had to know Xavier would have some kind of plan for this, didn't he? Even in the dark I can see Nessa shaking her blonde head. She walks, hands held out in front of her, back towards me, stopping only when her hand bumps into the top of my head. You don't know that. Sure, they said they wouldn't hurt me or Trevor if you did what he asked, but how do you know he's not lying? And even if you do cooperate, they are going to kill Xavier. I know, but what am I supposed to do? If I don't listen, they hurt you and Trevor. If I do listen, they hurt Xavier. I'm kinda fucked here, Nessa. And not in any way that I'd enjoy. Xander said they had a plan, but he hadn't elaborated. How am I supposed to know whichever I chose to do won't mess with this plan? I'm lost, and I really wish my dad wasn't helping the psycho, so he could tell me what to do. He always knew what to do no matter what problem I had, or how screwed up my relationship with him is. Every time I needed advice, my dad was always the one I'd go to. And now I can't. So what do we do? Nessa sits back down, wrapping her arms around me in a hug. We can't just sit here and do nothing. You think I don't know that? Nessa, if I knew what we could do I'd tell you, but I don't know. I pause to bite my lip as I consider whether or not I should tell her about Xander being here. Do I tell her or am I supposed to keep quiet about it? Ness, do you remember Xavier's brother? Nessa nods, her chin rubbing across the top of my head. Yeah, that Xander guy, right. He's hot, totally drool-worthy, but what does that have to do with the situation now? I sit straighter, moving my lips to her ear, just in case there was some way we were being monitored. He's here and he says they've got a plan. What? Nessa jerks back, hands cupping my cheeks. Are you serious? You knew that and you're just telling me this now. What the hell? My hand covers her mouth quickly, cutting off the rest of her sentence. Why did it have to be now that I forget she's got such a big mouth? Shut up. I didn't tell you because I was unconscious, dummy. Now will you be quiet? She nods, so I move my hand from her mouth, planning on telling her everything I know when the door opens and the lights come on. Are you two done cuddling, or do I need to give you a couple more minutes? Xander's dark head tilts to the side, eyes dancing with amusement as he watches us. Oh my God. You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Nessa jumps up and runs at him, arms wrapping around his shoulders, as she kisses all around his face. You are the most beautiful thing ever. She plants a kiss directly on his lips, shocking not only him but herself as well, if the way she jumps back from him as soon as she did is anything to go by. Xander smiles widely, truthfully at her. Damn, I think I like her. Come on, we gotta get you two out of here before shit goes down. Otherwise Xavier is going to kill my ass. Xander blushes when Nessa kisses his cheek before skipping out of the room. That's simple. We just walk out of here. Seriously. They went through all this trouble to kidnap us, and it's as easy as walking out the door for us to get away. Is it just me or does that seem a little off? Xander shrugs, scratching the back of his neck. They left a couple of hours ago to find my brother, since you wouldn't call him. Seeing as how they don't know who I am, they left me here to watch the two of you. If you hurry, then yes, it will be that simple. But the longer you sit there and glare at me, the less likely it is we'll be able to get out before they come back. Yeah, make it sound like it's my fault. Ass? Rolling my eyes, I accept his hand to pull me to my feet and walk towards the door, pausing with one foot in the hall. What do you mean, two of you? Where's Trevor? They took him with them. He avoids meeting my gaze, eyes bouncing all around the walls. Where? Trevor may be the son of the man who wants to kill my boyfriend, but that doesn't mean I want anything to happen to him. Especially not because of me. He sighs, giving me a slight push forward. I don't know where exactly, but your father seemed to think he knew where to look for Xavier. I wasn't in on that meeting because I was contacting my brother. Look, all I know is that he was alive when they left. Well, that was a good thing, right? At least I know he was alive a couple of hours ago. Doesn't make me feel any better now. But it's something. Where's Xavier? My heels dig into the carpet beneath my feet as he pushes me forward and he groans. If you would stop being so damn stubborn and walk, then you'd see. I'm not being stubborn. You're being an ass. His cheeks puff out as he takes a deep breath, and as his eyes dart towards something over my shoulder he sighs, letting it out slowly. You're right, I'm an ass and you're a bitch. But thankfully, you're my brother's responsibility, not mine. He grins over my shoulder. Good luck. Frowning, I turn and blink. Xavier. How long had it been since I'd seen him? A day, maybe two. God, it felt like forever, and I almost couldn't believe I was seeing him, or the person standing next to him. Tessa. What are you doing here? My red-headed sister-in-law chews her bottom lip nervously, before giving me a little smile. Hi, Ari. I can explain all of this, but first we really need to get going. Going where? Without thinking about it, I'd walked the space separating Xavier and I, and was wrapped in his arms. It was nice, it felt like coming home, but my mind was a whirl of confusion. What the hell was Tessa doing here? Home, love. We are going home. Xavier kisses the top of my head, hugging me to him tightly. All will be explained soon, but for now Tessa is right, we need to get moving. Wait, how do you two know each other? What am I missing? Arianna, honey, we need to go. I promise, Sean and I will explain everything when we get home, but right now, please, trust me. Tessa grabs my hand, tugging me forward. We need to hurry before they get back. But they have Trevor. My protest fell on deaf ears as they ushered Nessa and I down the hall towards the top of the stairs. Hello. They have Trevor. Trevor and I have our differences, sure, but he's still one of my closest friends. His father's a crazy man, obviously. Just because Trevor's his son doesn't mean he'll be safe with him. Tessa sighs, pressing a kiss to the side of my head. Trevor's fine, I promise. Right now, we have about 20 minutes before they get back. Sean's with them, he'll call if something happens. Actually, dearies, I'm afraid Sean won't be calling anyone anytime soon. Xavier puts me behind him and Xander does the same with Nessa at the sound of Trevor's father's voice. I peek around Xavier's shed and gasp at the sight of my brother battered and blooded at his feet. Sean. Tessa whimpers slightly when Sean's head lolls to the side. She moves forward down 2 steps before freezing when a gunshot rings out, the bullet taking out a chunk of stair by her feet. Stay right where you are and he stays alive. Anyone moves and Sean goes night-night permanently. Got it? Trevor's father smirks maniacally when she nods, eyes zeroing in on her rounded tummy. You're pregnant. You forgot to mention that, Joseph. He murmurs lowly, shooting my father a dangerous glare. Momentarily slipped my mind. He swallowed nervously, flicking a concerned glance towards Sean. Did it? Or did you purposely forget to mention it? Xavier shifts in front of me when the attention moves from us towards my father, and my hands grip the back of his shirt. Whatever he's thinking, I've got a feeling I won't like it. My father's eyes narrow, flickering briefly, again, to my unconscious brother. Now why would you think that? She's one of them, why would I keep her pregnancy to myself? He puts his hands on his hips. I'm trying to help you here, Mike. Do you think this is easy for me, knowing both my children are in love with those animals? Mike shrugs, the hand holding his gun raising slowly. You tell me. You're the one protecting them. Tell me, old friend, where does your allegiance lay? Right where it always has. Sean stands just as Mike's finger tightens on the trigger. With my children. Mike's gun goes off as Sean wraps his arms around the other man's, tossing him to the side. Blood instantly starts pouring out of the hole in my father's chest, gathering on his shirt. His eyes seem to go completely blank, as he crumples to a lifeless pile on the floor. Daddy. Everything goes by in a blur after that, but I somehow find myself on my knees in a pool of my father's blood with his head in my lap. I can't stop the tears as they fall freely from my eyes, nor I can stop the sobs from racking my body. No, 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 no. Daddy. Part of me almost expects him to get up and say that he's okay. The thought keeps running through my mind that he'll wake up, that maybe I'll wake up in my bed to find this all had been nothing more than a dream. Only, no matter how many times I closed and opened my eyes, it never happened. I wasn't going to wake up in my bed to a new day, and my dad scowling at the pile of dishes in the sink. I wouldn't get to argue with him about boys, or where I was planning on going to college, or what I'd be majoring in. There'd be no more awkward conversations over dinner. Or anything. He just wasn't going to wake up. A pair of arms circle my waist from behind, and lift me away from his body, and it takes me a moment to realize that the long, drawn-out cry echoing around the suddenly quiet room is my own. Xavier whispers quietly in my ear as he lifts me into his arms, cradling me like a baby. It isn't until he turns and I can no longer see my father's body that I realize that he's moving towards the front door. No, put me down. I'm not going, put me down. I twist and squirm, trying to force him to put me down to no avail. We have to go, sweet. Xander's bringing your father, he won't be left behind. He brushes the hair from my face, sympathy and tears shining in his eyes. Let me take you home, love. He was helping you. My father wasn't a horrible person hell-bent on murdering Xavier. He'd given his life to protect Sean and I, as well as those we love. Xavier nods, lips brushing across my forehead as he speaks. Yes, your father was doing all he could to help us. He just couldn't tell you, love. You and your brother meant the world to him. Sean comes up to stand beside us, a sad little smile crossing his lips. Let's go home, Ari. Okay. Going home wasn't exactly what I wanted to do, but I didn't argue. Burying my head in the crook of Xavier's neck, I inhaled his scent and almost immediately fell asleep. The longer I slept, the longer I could pretend like my father was still alive. I could pretend for just a little while, couldn't I? Chapter 18. Together, are you okay? Tessa asks quietly, putting the lid down on the toilet to sit. You sure you want to do this now? No one would blame you if you don't, it's completely normal till it's fine, Tess. It's been 2 months, I can't stay in bed forever. Besides, it's my graduation. How can I not go? It wasn't that I didn't want to go, it was more the fact that I was avoiding Trevor. 2 months have passed since his father murdered mine, and I think we've both been wary of the confrontation coming after that. I mean, what do you say to a person after that? It's not like there's some rule book on how the conversation is supposed to go, believe me, I've looked. I'm not talking about Trevor and graduation, Ari. I'm talking about you and Xavier moving in together. Not only will you be away from the only home you've ever had, but you'll be learning what pack life is about. Are you sure you want to do this now? You'll start in college, that's going to be a lot by itself. I'm never going to be ready for pack life, Tess. I love Xavier, though, this is what I want. I wouldn't be doing it, unless I was positive. Besides, it'll be kinda hard to have the mating ceremony if we're not living together, right? She beams at me, standing to give me an awkward hug around her distended belly. So you mean, he asked. Finally, I thought he'd keep talking himself out of it. So did I. It would have been funny to watch him make himself so nervous about what my reaction would be to his asking me to marry him, if he'd still slept in the same bed with me while he was doing it. It's kinda hard to find anything amusing when you can't sleep at night. But it was still amusing to have him stutter his way through the proposal until Xander called him a wimp and threatened to do it himself. How long did it take him to get the words out? Tessa asks, chuckling to herself when the sound of the front door slamming echoes throughout the house. Arianna. Nessa shouts, stomping her way up the stairs towards my bedroom. In here, Ness? I stick my head out the bathroom door, grinning at the almost normalcy of today. I don't know how long it took him. I was too shocked to pay attention to anything but him. So technically Xavier's all I seem to pay attention to anymore, but can you blame me? Yeah, he's never been very good at professing his undying love. Tessa laughs, wincing when Nessa slams my bedroom door shut. Honey, leave the door on its hinges, would ya? Nessa scowls at her as she leans against the bathroom doorway. Tessa, you're going to be short one brother soon. She sniffs disdainfully, shooting me a little frown. Are you not ready yet? No, I'm not. So why don't you tell us all about why you're planning murder? Huh? It's not really that surprising to hear her say she wants to murder Xander, seeing as how she says it just about every day. For the past 2 months she and Xander have either been as lovey-dovey as Xavier and I or at each other's throats. It's really getting kinda annoying. I just wanna bang their heads together and tell them to make up their minds. That ass. Did you know he's leaving with you guys when you move and that I'm going with him? Nessa sighs, scratching the tip of her nose. So. Isn't that what you wanted? It's all she's talked about since I decided on moving with Xavier after I graduate. I mean, we all knew Xander would come with us, but no one ever really factored in Nessa and her being his mate, though. Had she changed her mind? Yes? No? I don't know. She chews on her bottom lip, looking absolutely helpless. I thought I did, but he didn't even ask me. No, he just came in this morning and said to pack my bags because we are moving. Who does that? She cried incredulously. Xander. I offer, smiling innocently when she glowers at me. What? You asked, so I answered. I mutter and stick my tongue out at her. At least you don't have to worry about whether an entire pack of werewolves is going to like you or not. My biggest fear about moving isn't being in a new town and not knowing anyone around me. No, my biggest fear is that the pack Xavier is wanting to join won't like me and that I'll end up dead in a ditch somewhere. Or somehow end up as a snack. Nessa's eyes narrow on my left hand as I pull my hair back. She pulls my hand away from my head, ignoring me when I try to tug my hand back. Oh my, he did it. She grins at me, jumping up and down in place before shoving my hand under Tessa's nose. Did you see this? He did it, I can't believe he did it. Tessa cocks her head to the side, echoing the amused grin on my face with one of her own. You know, I think she's more excited than you are, and she's not even the one getting married. Nessa pouts at her. Can't I be excited for my best friend? It's not every day you find out she's getting married, you know. She pauses, brow furrowing in confusion for a moment. Wait, are you guys getting married? Or are you just doing a mating ceremony? Both? From what I've been told, which isn't that much, the mating ceremony is basically the pack's version of a wedding, only more complicated. Tessa and Sean have tried to explain it to me, but I get kinda lost the first 5 minutes into their description of what will happen. It really doesn't help when Xavier's in the room distracting me. Have you told Eva yet? I shake my head no and ignore the probing look on Nessa's face. She and Duncan haven't come out of hibernation yet. That relationship was one I hadn't seen coming, but it seems to be good for them both. Eva puts up with his weird pervertedness, and he handles her controlling moods like they are nothing to be worried about. What about Trevor? They are avoiding one another. Xavier murmurs quietly from behind Nessa, smiling when she jumps and squeaks in surprise. Don't do that. Arianna, tell him to quit doing that. I would, but I really don't want to. It's funny. He does it to me too, so it's only fair that he scares Nessa as well. Are you ready to go? Somehow it seems like he's asking about more than just graduation. As ready as I'll ever be. I mutter, putting on a fake smile that I'm sure didn't fool anyone. I couldn't even force myself to put more into it. I've known Nessa since I was little. Tessa knows me better than even her, and Xavier knows every mood I could possibly have already. Lying to any of them is pointless, but it's a reflex. Tessa and Nessa, wow, that sounds funny, quietly excuse themselves from the bathroom, probably thinking they were doing me a favor in granting me private time with Xavier. I probably wouldn't be complaining on any other day, but I just want today to be done and over with, and Xavier just wants to talk about it. Are you all right? He wraps me in his arms the minute we are alone, cradling my head against his chest. The sound of his heart beating strong and sure against my ear is usually enough to lull me into sleep, but not today. I'm fine. Just peachy. Is it just me or does my voice sound slightly hysterical? Oh Lord, I think I might be losing my mind after all. Just peachy. He questions carefully, pulling away to look me in the eye. We do not have to move, you know that, right? If you are not ready to let, I'm fine, really. I just need to finish getting dressed. Is it a bad sign that I just now realized I've been walking around in my bra and underwear all morning? It is a bad sign, isn't it? Silently wondering if I may actually be going insane, I walk around Xavier and into my room in a daze. My body is on autopilot as I dress in the clothes Tessa had picked out for me, barely noticing the fact that it was just a plain t-shirt and shorts combo. Any other time I'd be griping and moaning about her practicing for motherhood on me, again, but it's partly a relief that I won't have to concentrate on anything long enough to pick something out. If I could, I think I'd have just gone in my birthday suit, and wouldn't that have gone over well with everyone there? Arianna. Xavier murmuring my name quietly makes me realize I'd been standing in the middle of the room just staring. Love? We are not coming back, are we? My bottom lip quivers at the thought of never seeing this house again. Never being in my own room again after today. Could I really go through with this? Xavier shakes his head, watching me cautiously from the bathroom doorway. It will not be safe after the Arianna. Are you positive you wish to do this now? I shake my head as a tear trails slowly down my cheek. I don't know. It kinda all just him, you know. He nods, even though I'm not even sure he does know, and I choke out a laugh at the helpless expression on his face. Everything would be changing after today. Xavier and I were moving up north to the pack Tessa and Sean are already a part of. We are getting married, mated, and after the mating ceremony, they are telling me it won't be safe to come back here. I'll never be able to come home again, and that terrified me more than anything. I just didn't know how to say it. The move can wait. We can wait until you are ready. He was making a huge sacrifice for me in even offering, and I knew it. Xavier wanted to be with others of his own kind where he knew it would be safe. He wanted to be able to shift something he hadn't done in over 2 months and run free, without the threat of being shot and killed. How could I keep that freedom from him? What if I'm never ready? Was it even fair of me to ask him to stay here with me while I made up my mind? Then we will stay. His confident declaration has me staring back at him in shock. The ceremonies will go on as planned, that is, unless that is what has you so nervous. No. It wasn't that, it was never him, just everything else. He couldn't think I didn't want to be with him. He nods, then we will stay. The ceremonies will go on as planned, just with a change in location. He'd moved as he spoke, standing just a few inches away from me as he cupped my cheek with one hand, the other wrapping around the back of my neck. But, you said it wouldn't be safe. Couldn't he ask him to stay somewhere where someone would always be trying to kill him? I will make it safe, if this is what you want. If you wish to remain here, I will do everything I have to make it safe here for us. He promised, like it was nothing to be concerned about. Why are you doing this? I whisper, turning my head to kiss the palm of his hand. Xavier frowns. What am I doing? This, everything. Why are you willing to stay here with me when you clearly want to rejoin a pack of your own kind? Werewolves are pack creatures by instinct. A pack is stronger, better able to protect. It's not just that. You said yourself, you want to go home, Xavier. But you'll stay here with me, you'll make it safe for us to stay here, just because it's what I want. No other person I know would do anything like this, why would he? He cradles my head in both hands, staring me directly in the eye as he speaks. You are my mate. Your happiness means everything to me. I will do everything in my power to make you happy for as long as I live. When I said I wanted to go home, I was not referring to any specific location. Wherever you are is where I wish to be. Being with you is home for me, love. He kisses me shortly, sweetly, and my eyes fill with tears again. Stop it. I slap his hand away and step back, wiping the tears from my eyes before they can fall. Just stop it right now. I point a finger at him, taking another step back. Are you angry with me? He asks, confused. Was I? Yes. He frowns. No. I frown and his head tilts to the side. I don't know. Gah, this is so confusing. I apologize for whatever it is I said to upset you. From the look on his face, he doesn't know what he said to upset me, and to be honest, I don't know either. All right. No. No. I swear that's amusement dancing in his eyes. Is he's not laughing at me? Is he? Are you laughing at me? Incredulity takes over whatever had upset me a moment before as his shoulders start shaking with barely restrained laughter. No, of course not, sweet. Are you ready to go? That jerk. He is so yes you are. You're laughing at me. My eyes narrow and I put my hands on my hips. Why? Xavier sighs, looking away when a smile has his lips twitching. I am not laughing at you, love. I promise. Now, if we do not hurry, we will be late for your graduation. I shake my head at the hand he holds out for me to take. No, I'm not going anywhere with you until you telling me why you're laughing. Personally, I didn't see how any of this was funny, but boy brains are wired differently. I wonder if that counts for werewolf boys too. Arianna, the warning in his voice goes unnoticed as I shake my head again, and the next thing I know he's thrown me over his shoulder, and is carrying me out of the room and down the stairs without a care in the world. Xavier. Xavier, you put me down right now. He's never done anything like this before. Hell, he treats me like I'll break most of the time. What's changed? Xavier. He ignores me, giving my brother, his wife and my so-called best friend a little wave as we pass them in the hall. I hate you. Cheater. He chuckles softly as he walks out the front door, patting my butt. And I love you as well, darling. Despite the anger I'm sure I'm supposed to be feeling at the moment, I find myself smiling because it just feels right to do so. Ooh, when I get my hands on him he is so dead. Chapter 19, the beginning of Forever Xavier. I squeak, I'll admit it, rushing to hide behind the closet door, pulling the train of my wedding dress behind it with me as I do. What are you doing here? He, Xander, and my brother, Sean, had all gone out hunting just a little while ago. Which is the only reason Tessa had allowed me to try on the dress she'd been making alterations on for the past month. I doubt she'll be happy knowing he'd come close to seeing it. Again. Xavier's head tilts to the side, a frown pulling at the corners of his mouth. Your brother threatened to murder me. He did. I blink at the sight of the bare, tanned expanse of his chest, unhidden by the unbuttoned shirt he wore. My mouth goes dry and I suddenly have the very strong urge to grab the bottle of chocolate syrup from the fridge downstairs and pour it all over his chest. Just so I can lick it all off and do it again. Yummy. Xavier nods, eyes darkening when he notices where my attention is currently directed. He seems to be under the impression that I am going to leave you standing alone at the altar. Yep, definitely sounds like my brother. He licks his lips as he steps forward, eyes locked on my own mouth. No. Don't come any closer. I shout, holding my palm out to stop him from coming any closer. Damn it, if he keeps looking at me like that I'm gonna forget that I have my wedding dress on and just let him do whatever he wants. Where the hell is Tessa when I need her? Why? He frowns again, putting his hands on his hips as he freezes in the middle of our new bedroom. I've got my dress on. You can't see it, it's bad luck. Not that I really minded all that much if he did see it, But Tessa's worked so hard on it and I just don't have the heart to spoil her fun. He'll get to see it soon enough. I could wait a little longer to see his reaction. His frown deepens as he cocks an eyebrow at me. I thought you did not believe in those superstitions. I don't, but I want it to be a surprise. He sighs, looking a little pained as his eyelids flutter closed. Please. Fine, but tomorrow your brother will not be able to keep me from my own mate, Arianna. Being kept away from you like this is pure torture. He pouted, the distinct whine in his voice making me smile. If he tries, I'll shoot him myself. He smiles back at me before taking another cautious step forward. Am I allowed to have a kiss before I leave? Or must I wait? I chew on my lip as I consider it. Kissing him wouldn't be wise, because I doubt either of us will be able to control ourselves once we got started. But denying him anything has never been one of my strong suits. I nod. One kiss and then you have to go before Tessa sees you. My sister-in-law would be likely to make me a widow before I'm even married if she did, but it was worth the risk. No peeking. I warn, pointing at him as he takes another step forward. No peeking. He promised, cupping my cheeks with both hands. His breath washed over my face as he leaned forward slowly, pressing a gingerly kiss on my forehead before his lips skim across my face, slowly making their way to my own. His lips cover mine gently, at first, as his hands run down to cup the back of my neck, urging me around the closet door. His tongue runs across my bottom lip and I moan, pouting in frustration, when he suddenly jerks away. That was just a tease. I frown at him, wrinkling my nose in confusion when he rubs the back of his head. Xavier. Get out. Tessa whacks him in the head, again I suppose, with a wooden spoon before shoving him towards the door. You know you're not supposed to be in here when she's got her dress on. Xavier stands there for a minute, lifting his upper lip in a snarl at her. But Tessa being Tessa just doesn't notice or care enough to find him threatening. Out? I will see you in the morning, love. He gives me a soft smile, and after shooting Tessa one last glower walks back out the door. I sigh, wistfully as I watch him go, not bothering to hide the fact that I'm staring at his ass in his muddy jeans as he walks. What on earth were you thinking? I thought you wanted this dress to be a surprise. Tessa frowned, checking the dress for any dirt smudges, as she ushered me out of the closet. I do. I mumble and then grin, when I think about saying those two words tomorrow. Tessa rolls her eyes at me. Wipe that dreamy grin off your face and get out of that dress before you ruin my masterpiece. I blink and stretch my arm behind my back to the zipper only to realize that I can't reach it. Ah, that's easier said than done. I grin sheepishly at the scowl on her face. Help me. Goodness, you're both hopeless. You know, Sean told me Xavier put his jeans on backwards this morning. Can you just imagine what he'll be like in the morning? I giggle. I could just see him putting something on backwards. Didn't Sean forget to wear socks? Tessa nods, laughing loudly as she helps me step out of the dress in the heels she'd picked out for me. Yep, that and the dummy forgot to brush his teeth. Talk about some dog breath. Her nose wrinkled as she laughed, poking me in the side as our laughter slowly died down. Are you nervous at all? I don't think so, no. I'd thought that I would be scared to death when the day finally got here, but I can't find it in me to be nervous. I've never been happier in my life, I've never wanted anything more in my life. A million different things could go wrong tomorrow, but as long as I get to marry Xavier then it wouldn't matter. I don't see how anything could ruin the high I'm on now. I love him, Tess. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I can see that. I felt the same way when I married your brother, but even I was nervous. I was so scared I'd end up tripping over my own 2 feet, or screwing up my lines, or something else would go wrong. She tilted her head to the side, watching me in the mirror, as I pulled my hair up into a bun. Something did go wrong, remember? I ask her, grimacing at the memory of that day. Yes, but I got the man of my dreams for the rest of my natural-born life. The day wasn't perfect, but it didn't have to be. She shrugs, zipping the dress back up into its bag before placing it back in the closet. My dad hadn't been invited to Tess and Sean's wedding. He hadn't wanted to come, and he'd made that known every time anyone ever brought it up. Sean had come down a couple nights before the wedding to get me, and I'd planned on staying with them for a couple weeks afterwards as well. No one knew my father had intended on crashing the wedding, and no one had expected the fight that had broken out between my brother and father because of that. That was why they hadn't spoken in so long, but they seemed to have made up sometime before my father was killed. When they had I don't know, but I'm glad they'd had the chance. Tomorrow's gonna be the happiest day of your life, no matter what. I'm glad my brother found someone as terrific as you. And I know he'll treat you right. Sean's already threatened to kill him if he didn't. Yeah, he told me about that. Tomorrow was going to be perfect. Nothing was gonna go wrong. Tessa had everything planned out to the T. Now I just had to worry about now tripping or messing up my lines when the time came. My palms had started sweating the minute I woke up. The butterflies in my stomach weren't there when I'd ate breakfast, but the minute I'd slipped into the dress Xander had given me, I felt like there were thousands of them fluttering around in my tummy. I was shaking, though I'm sure I was the only one to notice, and I couldn't get enough saliva in my mouth. You okay, honey? Tessa patted my arm as she finished pulling my hair up into some intricate design that I didn't know the name of. My makeup was done, but it was a wonder it all hadn't come off by now with how badly I felt like I was sweating. Yeah, just nerves, I guess. I give her a shaky smile, tilting my head to the side at Sean's disgruntled look when he steps into the room. What's the matter with you? He scowls at me. How the hell am I supposed to hate the guy when he goes and does shit like this, huh? The bewildered expression on my face has Tessa laughing slightly. Xavier bought him a new set of golf clubs. She grins at her husband's low, frustrated growl, handing me a blue sapphire necklace. The dress is something old, your earrings are something new. This necklace was my mother's, so that's something borrowed and blue. Are you two just gonna ignore me? Sean cried, faking hurt when Tessa blinks up at me. Did you hear something? She giggles when Sean grabs her around the waist, planting a loud kiss on her cheek. Is everything ready? My brother nods. Yep, just waiting on the bride-to-be. Tessa nods, watching me carefully. You ready? I swallow, hesitating for a moment before I nod. You'll be fine, today's going to be perfect. Don't worry. She gives me a light hug, turns and waddles out of the room. Sean holds his arm out for me to take. You ready, sis? He grins at my frightened expression when I loop my arm through his. You look beautiful, Ari. Dad would be so proud of you. Tears flood my eyes and I choke out a laugh. Proud of me for marrying a dog. Sean sighed and kissed the side of my head as he guided me out of the room. You know that's not really how he saw them. Even if he didn't like what Xavier is, he had to have known he'd make you happy. He's not afraid to tell you no, he's good to you even when you're a bitch. And I've never seen you smile so much. He loves you a lot, Ari. As much as I hate to say it, he's a good guy. Coming from Sean, they were the best words I'd ever heard. He and Xavier didn't see eye to eye and I doubted they ever would. Sean said it was because he'd always assumed he'd be able to beat up my future husband, but I think it's just because they are so much alike. Thank you, Sean. He kisses my cheek one last time, as the music starts to play, and I'm shocked to find that the butterflies are no longer in my stomach. Ready? I nod, looking around the pillars in the yard for Xavier to no avail. I'm just too damn short. You'll see him in a minute. He guides me down the white rose petals Tessa had laid out on the ground, walking much too slowly for my tastes. My mouth starts watering, yet feels dry at the same time the minute my eyes land on Xavier. The sight of him in the black, tailored suit, eyes searching only for me, took my breath away. His hair, which he'd grown out over the past couple of months per my request, was slicked back from his face. A wide grin was plastered on his face, and his dark blue eyes seemed to glow the closer I got. I didn't even hear what the alpha was saying when Sean handed me over to him, the blood rushing to my ears too loud for me to hear anything else. But when Xavier leaned down to whisper in my ear, as he turned us to face the man marrying us, I heard him loud and clear. My mother's dress. He sounded just as breathless as I felt, and my confidence rose. The knowledge that I affected him the same as he affected me was incredibly satisfying. You like it? Even I could hear the nervousness in my voice. When Xander had given me the dress and suggested wearing it today, I hadn't known what to say. It had been beautiful even before Tessa had started making her alterations, but it hadn't been my taste. Xander had told me to change it however I saw fit, that their mother would have wanted me to wear it. The only thing that had me hesitating at the time was the thought of what Xavier would think. I was still terrified of what he would think. I love it. You look incredible. I pull away to see if he's telling the truth, and the smile on his face has my breath stalling in my throat. Shall we get started, or would you two like some alone time first? I flush bright red as this question is met with loud laughter from the crowd behind us and bury my head in Xavier's arm. Now you all know why we are here today, so I'm just gonna get to so I can get back to my mate and children. Xavier laughs, wrapping his arm around my waist as the alpha starts talking. The words go in one ear and right out the other as he talks, and I really was trying to pay attention. But standing there with Xavier, breathing in his scent, it was just so damn hard to concentrate. All I knew was that the alpha was going through the regular human wedding ceremony first, and after we'd do the necessary werewolf vows so the pack would recognize us as mates. We said the appropriate I do's, and thankfully I did so without stuttering or blushing like an idiot. He didn't tell Xavier he could kiss the bride, not that stopped my new husband from doing so, but as Xavier was kissing me, the alpha's mate came to stand before, smiling with tears shining in her eyes. She smiled brightly at me. Arianna, repeat after me. I, Arianna, take this man as my mate. To be forever bound to him and only him. Mind, body and soul. My soul is his and his soul is mine. The words were said with a slight Australian accent, and I concentrated for a moment before speaking, just so I would stumble over the words. I, Arianna, take this man as my mate. To be forever bound to him and only him. Mind, body and soul. My soul is his and his soul is mine. Xavier cut her off, saying the exact words I had, only changing them slightly. I, Xavier, take this woman as my mate. To be forever bound to her and only her. Mind, body and soul. My soul is hers and her soul is mine. The alpha and his mate smiled broadly at his eagerness. You may kiss your bride. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Xavier had me wrapped in his arms, pulling me tightly to his chest as his lips covered mine. The rest of the world melted away, the cheers and applause, even the sound of my brother complaining rather loudly disappeared from my mind as the usual sparks started in the tips of my toes and spread to my fingertips. I love you. His breathing was as rough as mine when he pulled away. I love you too, baby. Forever. He pressed his mouth to my forehead, holding me tightly to him. Forever just sounded like the best idea ever. If you enjoy these supernatural secrets, don't forget to subscribe to us. More exciting content is about to be revealed.